We are starting with our day 2 in another 5 minutes. I would request everyone to kindly take your seats. We are starting in next few minutes. I would request everyone to kindly take your seats and put your phones on the silent mode for smooth flow of event. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed dignitaries, honored guests, and participants, a very warm welcome to Day 2 of GEM 6 International Sustainability Conclave and Expo 2024. I hope you had a wonderful day yesterday. Can I see the nods? Thank you so much. It is truly an honor to stand before you as we embark on this journey towards a more sustainable future. Today, we gather not merely as attendees, but as torchbearers of change, united by a shared vision for a world that prioritizes harmony with our environment. Thank you for being part of this remarkable gathering. Let the 6th International Sustainability Conclave and Expo be a catalyst for a positive change and a testament to our collective commitment to shaping a sustainable future. In the spirit of unity and collaboration, let us also recognize the collective efforts of our sponsors, partners, and the organizing committee. Their dedication has been the thriving force behind putting together this remarkable event. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's start with our first session of the day, with the theme Eco-Friendly Building Materials for Green Development. May I now request our moderator and our respected speakers for this session. With a huge round of applause, let's welcome our moderator of this session, Shri Arjun Ghosh, Director, Sustainable Solutions and New Initiatives, Neo Energy. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. May I now request our speakers to join us here on the dais. Shri Yugal Kishore Joshi, Advisor, Water and Land Resources. May I now request our speakers to join us here on the dais. Shri Yugal Kishore Joshi, Advisor, Water and Land Resources, Communications and Life, Niti Aayog, Government of India. Professor Dr. Varinder S. Kanwar, CEO, NABIT, Quality Council of India. Shri Lavleen Garg, Chief Planner and Vice President, Gift City, Government of Gujarat. Architect Ravish Mehra, Chairman, GEM Green Interior and Partner, RMDK Architects. Shri Sonal Kumar, Program Lead for Technology, Finance and Trade, CEEW. Dr. R.T. Grover, Head of the Department of Landscape Architecture, School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. Architect Ricky Mathur, Partner, Ricky Mathur and Associates. Shri Abhishek Rathore, Director, Sant Walls Private Limited. Shri Aman Arora, DGM Wastewater Management Solutions, Syntex, BAPL Limited. May I now request our moderator of the session, to commemorate the first session of the day with our coordinator of the session, Mr. Pinaki Das Gupta, ASSOCHAM, GEM. Thank you so much.
Good morning, all of you. Good morning, all of you. Yeah, good morning. अच्छा, चलो ये तो अच्छा है, मतलब सुनाई तो दे रहा है मुझे. आप लोगों को भी सुनाई दे रहा है? आपको पीछे जो बैठे हुए हैं आवाज आ रही है? ओके, हाउ इज द जोश? थैंक यू. सो वेलकम टू द सेकेंड डे ऑफ आवर GEM 6th International Conclave, and thank you for joining in the morning. दिल्ली मॉर्निंग्स आर ऑलवेज स्पेशल ना विंटर्स में, कॉफ़ी चाय पीने को मिलता है और अच्छा मूड भी होता है। तो और इसी विश्वास के साथ कि आज भी आप सब लोग हमारे साथ बने रहेंगे। This session is very interesting. It talks about eco-friendly building materials, and we have a very diverse panel here from architects, from engineering companies, from practitioners, you know. And what we are going to discuss in this session is how does eco-friendly building material assist in kind of sustainable development. Now, in fact, in ASSOCHAM GEM, we also do eco-product certification, which is based on life cycle assessment, and also takes inspiration from IS 14040 and 44. And then you might have, if you have been there yesterday, we also had an award for those products which underwent the eco-product certification. So this session will be moderated by Shri Arjun Ghosh, who is the Director, Sustainable Solutions and New Initiative, Neo Energy. It's a company which is highly invested in innovations, in renewables, in clean storages. So Arjun is also a part of that company. So I will now hand over the dais to Arjun. Arjun, yeah, please. You can be seated and start, or you can start the presentation from the other end.
This presentation. Sorry, I just trying to find the presentation here. Good morning, Suprabhat. I hope everybody had their breakfast. Thoda sa, as Pinaki sir said, where's the Josh? So today we are talking about eco-friendly building materials for green development. Quite self-explanatory in a sense, but also quite interesting topic. So last ek din se we have been talking about this topic. A lot of things has been discussed. But why are we here? Why are we back today? Delhi mein aise hi thand hai. We have and everybody is making an effort here, right? We all came down, the esteemed panel has come down here, right? So why are we seriously here? Because we all believe in something. One of the key things we believe is sustainability. I hope everybody has heard that. It's an obvious word. And in this esteemed forum where we have best of the best infrastructure leaders, professionals gather here, in this fantastic forum which ASSOCHAM GEM has created, what are we looking for as part of this forum? What are we trying to look at? We are looking for a change. We all have this passion that we want to change something, change the way we operate, change the way we build things, our thought processes, so that we have a better future, right? So as a organization, as individuals, as a forum, infrastructure is of course one of the largest impact creating, and we have a lot of architects and a lot of developers here, right? And definitely it is a area which impacts a lot. So in that sense, what is the thought process behind going into this sustainability, right? In a sense, we have been talking about sustainability from ages. Yesterday somebody mentioned that it was we had this traditional way of doing sustainability, the architecture, buildings, right? But in somewhere in the middle, we kind of missed the plot, right? We भूल गए हम लोग कैसे करना है, क्या करना है. But why are we talking about sustainability again in last few years? Why is this, what is the time right now? Why is this time right now? So in a sense, if you look at evolution, right, from a stone age to current, right, buildings were always made. You had always people making huts. In fact, natural materials were used. Over the time, we as human beings tend to complicate things, right? We made more sophisticated buildings, we made more sophisticated equipments, which in sense also took us away from the whole eco-friendly, sustainable, renewable, simple way of living, one with the nature, as they say, right? So man has been always been able to work with nature, but then over time we got used to a lot of, as they say, suvidhas, right? So with evolution, that has happened, right? And that evolution also brings us to this point where we have evolved to a point where the climate change, like as yesterday somebody was saying, right? We have an impact, there is COP, there is climate change events where temperature is talked about, right? So that evolution itself, right, kind of forces us to start thinking from a sustainability, eco-friendly approach. Now, here with this topic, and with this esteemed panel, we will be talking around the aspect of how we can bring back those whole concept of sustainability. So I'll leave this panel and the forum with 4 things. Somebody famous recently said, data is new oil. I would say sustainability is new oil. And then there's a lot of money in it also. Because let us be honest, if there is no money, change is difficult, right? People don't want to change, don't want to be change maker. And the whole concept of sustainability once upon a time, eco-friendly, was very connected to people who were doing social work in a sense without money. But that's no longer true. And you need money to change. And sustainability, in fact, renewability, sustainability is in fact a huge market. It's in billions of dollars, multiple billions of dollars globally. India itself is projected to have around 20 billion by 2035. So sustainability is, if you think about it, is new oil. Lobbying for good. Why I'm saying this? Because people think lobby is a bad thing, but we have to be also evangelists. Yesterday somebody was saying, talking about personal involvement in sustainability, right? So we as a person, means I would hope that people here, when they go back out after this experience in this forum, become evangelists at their offices, at their colleges, talk to the students, right? Become evangelists and lobby for good, talk about wherever we can, about renewability, eco-friendly, because if we don't do it at a personal level, thinking at a country level, industry level, forum level, doesn't make sense. And us as a company, Neo Energy, right, this is one of the core philosophies, that sustainability, trying to not just be a company which sells things, also try to change things. It sounds cliched, but we are actually trying to do that. We are trying to also work with ASSOCHAM and other forums where we want to ensure that this becomes part of a way of life, right? And the third thing is sustainability and renewable energy is becoming a currency. And when I say currency, I'm talking about actual currency. Yesterday, the esteemed power secretary said carbon credit. काफ़ी गर्मी लग रही है यहाँ पे, बाहर ठंड है. Anyway, so carbon credit, we all have heard of, right? But one of the challenges that it is also very difficult right now. So, but with policy changes and what government is doing, right, it will reduce friction. And we also at Neo Energy are building platforms which will try to make it frictionless. Like UPI, why it got adopted? Because it makes payment frictionless. So we need to have solutions, technological, policy, everywhere, which makes this very frictionless. Lastly, collaborate to sustain. So yesterday, again, somebody was saying, and I heard this, that we work in silos, right? This is an industry body where, as yesterday we saw, CREDI had an MOU with ASSOCHAM, right? Which was a fantastic thing. I hope that revolutionizes the whole industry, right? And then what I was talking about sustainability as evangelism, right? But one of the things is that there are strengths around here. Somebody is an architect, somebody is an engineer, somebody is a technologist, somebody is a, yesterday people were talking about pipes and waste management system. Everybody has a strength. If we collaborate, right, we can do an immense impact. And this is where I believe that focus on eco-friendly, right? Focus on policies, focus on how building materials, right, can, and as a technology, right? Because at the end of the day, we can think of everything, but ultimately it comes down to a policy and a technology and a way of how to do it. Do we use, yesterday, I think somebody said about using bricks, right? Which were, or having an architecture which doesn't allow you to have blinds, right? Fantastic idea. But that's collaboration, that's thought process. So with that, I'll kind of close my side of thing. And I would like to invite our esteemed panelist, Mr. Architect Ravish Mehra, who is the chairman of the GEM Green Interior and partner in IMDK Architecture. Sir, if you would like to come and give your presentation. I think this presentation.
Yeah. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm a Delhi-based architect, but I work practically all over the country and also some projects overseas. I've been associated with ASSOCHAM GEM since 2020, and I think that this is such a wonderful initiative, and now taking forward by leaps and bounds, and we hope to do many things with the chapters, with the individuals, and with the effort of every stakeholders. Because in this endeavor, every individual, every citizen is a stakeholder. I don't think that this kind of initiatives can take forward or move forward without participation by individuals. I begin from the ground up and going right up to the top government establishment. When we talk about eco-friendly materials, we feel that there are multiple advantages. I think some of us have probably read about it, understood, but I try to put it into a kind of a organized structure so we understand that it leads to environmental conservation, because some of these materials are natural, so which means that they have less embodied carbon footprint while manufacturing and in the user process. They also lead to certain amount of energy efficiency, because when they are not manufactured or there is a less energy involved in the manufacturing, even while in use, even through the life of the material. Most important, as I have said earlier, humans spend more than 80 to 90% of their time indoors, and more so in the urban areas. So we end up having controlled environment. We want to do air conditioning, heating, HVAC, all kinds of climate control because we are not comfortable indoors. The person who works in the field or a farmer who works outdoors, he is not bothered by the heat, or he enjoys the rain. I don't know how many of us, after our childhood, have actually gone and had a bath in the rain, a rain shower. I don't think we have forgotten. But perhaps in the new environment, with the kind of pollution levels and the toxicity in the rain, I don't think we would even want to risk it. So, hence, the need to be concerned about the environment, look at the improvement. If not definitely improvement, we can probably control and limit these toxicities. Some of the ways we can mitigate this while building and in the construction, we have considered that some of us would be aware, some of us would be also practicing or using. There are multiple kinds of materials. Some are natural, some are also industrial, and some are also recycled. So we have materials like, we have experienced materials like bamboo, which has been used extensively in various forms, including reconstituting into flooring materials, including partly as decorative form. And then, of course, wood. The wood has been recycled, reconstructed, restored. Coconut husk, adobe buildings. It may not be thinkable in the urban areas, but there is an entire town which I had the opportunity to visit, I think, many years back, in New Mexico, USA. You must have all heard of town of Santa Fe. I don't know whether anybody has visited. Can you imagine the entire town is made of adobe construction? It's an experience. Of course, it limits the rise to about 2 to 3 storied, very laid back, very down to earth. It's all color of the earthy tones. They have everything that we have here. They have museums, they have libraries, they have government buildings, they have schools, they have hotels, they have resorts. Everything is adobe construction. Unfortunately, it's not been even done anywhere else in the US. Perhaps the climate doesn't allow, but I think in our own country, it's very much possible. You do have similar construction in Rajasthan. We talked about vernacular yesterday. So it's already there. But how do we replicate it? Or how do we ever think of recreating it? Similarly, we have some natural stones, we have straws, we have many kind of natural fibers which can be recycled, also used. I think some of us must be familiar with, especially when you are working with the indoors, wood polymer composite boards, which is called WPC board, OSB boards, engineered wood, recycled plastics. Apart from engineering, apart from building industry, the recycled plastics have been extensively now used in the textile industry, where they are used as recycled fibers, basically limiting the plastic going back into the waste. I don't need to tell this, explain this to this esteemed gathering that how much harm the plastic goes and how many hundreds or thousands of years it takes to absorb and goes back into the systems. We have pollution in the sea because of the plastics being Of course, engineered wood, recycled wood, also recycled steel. I worked on an industrial plant for an organization that recycles aluminium, that collects aluminium from all over, from all kinds of applications, recycles it, and generates extruded sections which are used for, again, into the profiles and sections which you use for your glazings and windows. Also, structurally insulated panels, recycled steel containers. It has become almost like a design statement. I think we see like recycled steel containers being used into recreational areas, even converted into resorts in places. Green concrete, pigmented concrete. Let me just take you through some pollution absorbing bricks. We stopped using bricks in the framed construction, at least in the urban area. We use them only as a divider or as an external skin. Imagine that if bricks could breathe, this is an alternative to conventionally used bricks. This works on the basic, so these are hollow bricks, work on the principle of air filtration. So the air is filtered through like a cyclone, and the filtered outside air provides to the interior, separating dust and pollutants. The bricks are made of porous concrete designed to facilitate airflow inside the system, thereby giving you air change, regular air change, which is the necessity. And since it's been filtered, so it's not a polluting air, I think around Delhi we should be seriously considering such technologies. It's a very low-tech product. It can be made in any of the concrete or brick making yard. Of course, people have to be trained and they have to be given some molds. And this is just one of the options. There could be numerous designs. Our imagination and innovation has no limit. All architects, all people with the creative bent of mind can think and create some similar modules. It can be used practically in every part of the world. Any kind of climate. Works primarily as a filtration system, and bricks and the particles of up to 2.5 microns are absorbed. We have been talking about this various kind of microns, especially in Delhi, because we understand how badly we are affected by the pollution. Of course, these are all very exploratory and experimental products, but then we have to begin something and begin somewhere. Hydroceramic materials, these are again in experimental phase, but in some places they have been very successfully tried. This consists of a filler like a hydrogel. So you have one layer, the top layer is a clay layer, porous with perforations. In between is a hydrogel, a polymer which is 98% water. It expands 400 times when water is injected into it. It cools down. When the water will evaporate, we have all seen the benefits of evaporative cooling, at least in the northern India, where the humidity levels are low. This would be one of the very effective tools. And of course, a second layer. So you have three layers, a clay layer on top, hydrogel, and a third layer. It's a sandwiched kind of a tile produced in a format of about 300 by 300 mm and a thickness varying from 12 mm to 18 mm. The final product is very similar to a brick or a tile, which can be used to create facades on a building for passive cooling. We completely abandoned and forgot about the idea of passive solar architecture. I think it's time that we come back to that. We use less of energy, we use low technology materials which are easily renewable, easily available. So cooling of building, again I'm coming back to north, with zero energy. Reduction in energy consumption by 28%. You may still have to resort to certain amount of cooling to achieve the desired temperature. Lower downs temperature from 5 to 6 degrees. Cheapest, not very expensive. Reuse and recycling of raw material. It can be reused. Pigmented concrete has been around in various forms. We have used it in pavers, we have used it in certain other applications like components like street furniture and various non-structural areas. However, consider that when you are building, if you do not have to carry out cladding using some kind of, almost every architects end up doing some treatments to the exterior of the building with stone claddings or with other various kind of materials like, glass, ACP, whatever. Here, if such concrete materials are produced, they give you options of colored concrete. You do not have to resort to the finishing material, with the result that you save not only on the material, you also save on the cost. And this is not affected by any surface abrasion, heat and ultraviolet light exposure. It also gives you various kind of aesthetic combinations into mix and match of color. You can also have one uniform color, some of the illustrations are there, or you can have multiple color. It's all the kind of design or the design intent that one is aiming at. Green concrete, I'm sure there would be numerous questions on this in terms of the strength, in terms of the mixed design. In a lot of new construction where you need low-grade concrete, the C&D waste, the construction and demolition waste. Yesterday, one of our friends shared that they are already implementing in a large infrastructure project right here in Delhi, in Sarojini Nagar area, where there is a lot of construction waste is available. So, creating pavements, creating street furniture, and even pavers, driveways, where we can optimize the use of available material. We have better performance, we have enhanced workability, reduced shrinkage, and no increase in the cost. So you have locally available, reusable, salvaged, refurnished, or remanufactured. So when we have less cement, it also generates less heat and hydration. Aggregate replaces excess concrete. So the entire exercise here would reduce the overall carbon footprint and also would give us a material which is perhaps equally good as conventional concrete. Reduce in the transportation, reduce in the mining. We always have these challenges about availability of aggregate. So these are some of the practices which we may begin and look at in some of the future projects, hoping that we will contribute to reduction in the overall footprint and have a sustainable agenda and gradually working towards a healthier planet. Thank you.
thank you, sir. Thanks for that enlightening session about the building material. I'd like to ask a question to Professor Dr. Virender S. Kanwar. Sorry. Okay. He's the CEO of NBET, Quality Council of India, a leading expert in sustainable construction material. Sir, what is the latest sustainable construction material, and how is the use of industrial waste into this construction material or product works with making it sustainable? You can
very good morning to all present on the dais, and dear students, because for a teachers, while sitting in a class and answering the question, it is not being liked by a teaching fraternity, so that is why I'm here on the dais. But yes, I will not take much of the time because we have so many experts and they have such a vast experience to listen to. So, sir, before answering your question, because I feel as a person of generation 40, 50 years age, we have ruined our environment. The next generation which is going to come will not ask for how much land pool you have left for them. They will ask how much is the land pool where they can breathe easily, where they can grow the plants without any fertilizer and all those things. So for that, we are responsible and we have to make some efforts to modify those errors which we have done. So I'll give you 2-3 examples about the sustainable construction material and industrial waste uses as a construction material. In 2001, when I started my research for my PhD program, I'm a civil engineer, so during that time, a lot of research was happening on use of fly ash, silica fume, and make some material which is of some use to us. But recently, during that year, a Bhuj earthquake took place, and it was hue and cry that yes, if we as a civil engineer, we as an engineer are not able to predict when the earthquake is going to come, but do we have the technology to maybe quantify the amount of damage which took place after that disaster? So we studied the health monitoring during those years when in India, not much of the work has been done. So the sustainability, or it is not only the use of material or maybe use of innovative material, but also if you are in position to say forecast or in position to predict the remaining life of a structure, if it is meant for 100 years and if your engineering can tell that this building can be of 50 more years, so it is of much help to the society. So that is what one, I can say, example of it, that it is not the new construction, but the existing construction health is also important. If we as engineers, we as an architect, we as a structural or design or consultant, if we can say we can retrofit, we can use some innovative technology to enhance the life of our structures, that is also one of the method of sustainable development. And second is, what is the new one? Sir, now the synthetic material has to be replaced with the traditional or with the natural fibers type of thing. So when I was teaching, so we started with some innovative material like, I think in student community, the hemp must be known to you, or hemp is a technical name, so bhang must be known to you because we all worship the Shiva And during those days, Shivratri, that bhang has to be mixed with the milk, and it is being consumed to give some kick for some time. So I will not say this is good or bad, so I will not touch the top portion of that plant, which is a leaf, which may be having some medicinal value also. But I will touch the bottom of that plant, because this is enormously available without any water, all in hilly areas or in some of the areas. You need not to sow it, it is available in abundance. So we use that stem of the tree, and in some state it has been legalized also to grow that hemp. So that stem of a tree is such a, you can say, marvelous material. After drying and after mixing it with the concrete, it has the water retention power. Means I constructed, maybe casted some slabs or some building in the laboratory. So it absorbed carbon dioxide, and I need not to cure the building made up with that material. So it has that power also, that you can reduce the even curing of concrete. And when we all, architect or civil, or those who are in the construction business, they may be knowing that where mass concreting is done, the heat of hydration plays a very important role. And in mass concreting, the inner core of the concrete is not going to get the water. So if this type of material is available and it can be mixed with the concrete, you need not to cure the inner core of the concrete, and it will get its strength automatically. So this is the new type of material which we as a researcher, we should be thinking of, and this is a new one. I don't know much of the research has been done or not, but we again are working on its long-term usability, and this is one of the good sustainable material. And second, industrial one. So we, before joining this Quality Council of India, I was with a university, and that university, nearer to that university, we have around 1,000 industries. And those industries were producing a lot of waste. And that waste disposal require around, I'll give you one example of the waste. There is waste from toothpaste and paper recycling industry, in paper manufacturing industry. From toothpaste industry, the waste which is coming out, and industry has to pay ₹4 per kg to dispose that waste, and ultimately the company which is taking out that waste is using it as a landfill. So you are not knowing what is the problem of putting that waste as a landfill. Ultimately, that waste which is coming from the toothpaste industry has a lot of calcium and leachate problem. And after some time, the groundwater is going to be having some side effect of it. And this as a landfill is of no use. So we try to use that material to make high-grade bitumen without any cost, because that material was waste. So we mixed it with the soft-grade bitumen, converted it into the high-grade bitumen, which is again of the same cost. Otherwise, to purchase high-grade bitumen, you have to pay extra. And second, that same material we have used for manufacturing the bricks, because that contains calcium carbonate. And as a civil engineer, whenever we find calcium, it means it is of some help to us. So this is how, we have to think for the problem near around us and try to solve those problems. And I feel this is the best we can do for sustainable environment. So I hope I have answered your question, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kanwar. It was a very interesting insight, especially about hemp. So I'll ask Shri Loveleen Garg, who is the Chief Planner and the Vice President, GIFT City, Government of Gujarat, with an extensive experience in urban planning and sustainable development at the GIFT City. Sir, I have a question. With your extensive experience in urban planning, especially your involvement with GIFT City, how have you approached integration of eco-friendly material in city development? And what are the lessons you have applied on a broader scale? Also, importantly, what is the most significant challenge which you have encountered while going through this journey?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Arjun, for putting up a very different question. It's related to that building material and then city scale. So the scale is very different. First, we have to understand. When we talk about the building material, and then the topic which we are discussing, is specifically a very, very important and a very small part when we talk about the city. So though the building material versus the city development, ultimately both are hand work together. But when we talk about the city development, so there are other things which is beyond the building construction material. So we talk about the infrastructure services in a city, or the land use planning, or might be the functions, objectives, the land use planning in the city, how we can do, and what type of material we can utilize. Like in the GIFT City, what we have done, for optimization of resource, land being a very scarce resources. So what we have done, that block level planning is done, where that the streetscape in front of you, talk about the city level, in between the road and the building boundary. So there is no boundary wall for the buildings. So the space which is being utilized in the footpaths, or might be, the setback of the buildings, is a public space. So those spaces is being utilized, or being developed for the public pedestrian purpose, or for the public, as a public plazas, or for the common society uses. So there when we talk about the material, what type of material is being used, so generally we are utilizing the local material, and the eco-friendly, when we talk about the tiles used by the recycled tiles, or might be the recycled bricks, or might be generally, the curb stone, etc. is being utilized. So at a city level, when we defined what type of material can be utilized, so the first issue which we face in the GIFT City, the GIFT City is probably the first city in the country where green building is compulsory. So when you go for the occupancy certificate of a building, so like fire NOC is mandatory, so green building certification is also mandatory. So as a city level, we don't need to go into too much of detail what type of buildings are coming, or the developers, what building material they are using as a eco-friendly material. Because that is now we think that green building certification institute, like GEM, ASSOCHAM GEM, IGBC, or might be USGBC, or GRAHA, they will take care of that part. So if for the comprehensive sustainable development you talk about at a city level, so the role and responsibility of every stakeholder is very important, which we have faced and which we are, come out almost in 10 years. Now that the complete governance systems and the individual roles of various stakeholders in the city is now clear. So as an authority, city authority, our role is to design and to plan, so that individual architect or individual developer, when we comes to the to design for individual project, so it should match with the interface with the city development. Generally, you just imagine, one architect or one developer who want to make a very green building, or with all these sustainable features and eco-friendly material, and he design a building, and just after the building, when you come across, and there is a, sewage inspection chamber, or might be, that there's a chamber, sewage chamber. So that your whole purpose of making green buildings goes for a toss, So that, or might be the stormwater is not properly done outside of your building. Or might be the, it just dig up for a electrical cable, or might be the ICT cable. So what's happened, the ultimately objective which we're talking about from last 2 days, sustainable development, and then what type of quality of life we want to improve by doing the eco-friendly, or might be green building or sustainability, how it directly impact to the common person. That also has to be things which we have been very much success in putting up the things in the GIFT City. So GIFT City regulatory part, we talk about regulations, just simple example, why the regulations are there in any city. So the regulations has been evolved with the time. Just imagine, 100 or 200 years ago, I don't know when the regulations of building construction regulations came. So it was a need for the time, when that population was increasing, and then the individuals was making their houses. And then there must have been some calamity or something like. So the need of regulations, building regulations came. Okay, there should be so minimum size of building, there must be so size of, the margins, or might be the window size, the toilet size, bedroom size, whatever you talk about a building control regulations. So it's evolved with the time. So now this is a time when the sustainability or the green is not what I should say, it's not a choice. It's basically mandate. It's a need. So I don't see is much time. It's going to be, being regulated very soon. So in GIFT, we have successfully implemented that regulations, the compulsion of the futuristic regulations, if we talk about. Like green building is one of the example, and another example of IBMS, Integrated Building Management System. So in IBMS also it's mandate, any towers comes in a building, in a city, so that integrated building management systems has to have, and then only we give the occupancy certificate. So IBMS, why I'm bringing the IBMS? Because in a commercial tower, the maximum energy consumed in the HVAC. So the control of each and the real-time demand of your natural resources, about the water, about the energy, and as well as safety and security. Some fire is happening or something like happening, so as well as your system get activated in a high-rise tower, so that immediately the signals should go for the rescue team also at city level. So all these small things is being monitored at a city level through the regulations, and as well as once you are asking something from our developers or from the individual owners. So we have also present or showcase that the city authority versus individual developers, both are having the same approach. So that's very much important to have the confidence of developers or of individual building owners in the authority or in the city managers or municipal corporations. It's also very important to also display or show your intentions and show your work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In fact, GIFT City is like yesterday we were saying about Surat, right? GIFT City is as such famous. It's a unique city. It's, I think, trying to compete with likes of Singapore and London, right?
So just about the GIFT City, if I just explain a bit. So why the GIFT City was, the genesis kya hai GIFT City ka? Why the GIFT City was created? So it is a long story. It's like almost 1.5 decade, 2007-8, when our honorable PM was Chief Minister of the state of Gujarat. So there was a concept of urbanism was, very fast going on, and then the lot of national level policies was coming, and then it was well defined or very much clear that if India want to grow, before, when he was CM only, if India want to grow, and then everyone has these very high aspirations. So the city is known as a growth engine of the economy. So if we want to grow our country economy, so city has to be of the world class. And the migration of populations from rural to urban areas and all these in search of economic activity, in terms of jobs and in terms of dependency. So cities are growing. And if you see that any city, why we are facing a challenge in a city as on today, in terms of pollution, in terms of traffic transportation, in terms of basic demands, if you see, the basic issue is the city has grown beyond its size. So if you talk about Delhi, Delhi was, just imagine when the Delhi was just old Delhi, there was a river, there was the hillocks, there was everything. So it would have been one of the best sustainable city if you go back in the time and do this your city level ranking. So you will find enough space, enough water, enough, everything was enough. So what happens when the city is just growing, and then just has gone beyond the limit. So once that the city is being managed by some people, either you say municipal corporation or the authority. So we always keep saying, that nothing is happening. So just imagine the scale, the waste generated in I think in Connaught Place area of the Delhi will travel around 70 to 80 kilometers. The wastewater which we are generating in this hotel is going to travel 70 to 80 kilometers. So just try to imagine the scale and the energy consumption behind that to transfer pumping systems, cost. We're talking about the carbonization and decarbonization. So imagine the extra or unnecessary, the resources being waste for managing the waste. So when these are very clear concept, and I would say, we should also read a book written by our Honorable PM and our CM, the Climate Action Plan. He written it in 2008. The book is available in the market. So he was very visionary, and then he told he was very clear that we have to create a urban center with the high density so that these type of challenges can be catered. So that was the genesis of GIFT City. So GIFT City is the first city where it's very high density city, vertical city. So it is started from 1,000 acres, 2007, 2010. And then as on today, GIFT City is around, 15 high-rise towers are operationalized and around 35 is under construction. So within 3 to 4 years, we'll have at least a skyline like Dubai. And then about the infrastructure, if you talk about in the city, we have automatic waste collection system where the waste is being generated in every towers and it's being sucked through the vacuum systems, like a sewer line. So the solid waste is also through the pipeline. District cooling systems. When we talk about high-rise towers, so yesterday we were discussing how a glass building can be green, or how, because we have to take a trade-off. As well as we don't have land, we have urban areas is growing, and as well as there is high demand of urban areas. And there is a challenge of land resources. So somehow we have to go vertical. If we are going vertical, how much energy, how much eco-friendly we can make. So that's the whole genesis of the GIFT City. So we have district cooling systems. District cooling system is just like in every tower, your chilled water come at 4 degrees centigrade and it goes at 8 degrees centigrade. So individual tower does not need to have their cooling plant. So what's happened when we are generating of 60 ton of cooling as on today, 60,000 ton, which will be second phase. As on today, it's 10,000 ton of chilling plant. So economy of scale comes. So why only the city can think they will supply only water and the wastewater? Solid waste they will collect, Bijli will be provided by some another department, ICT will be provided by some another department, building permission will be done by some another departments. So why it cannot be done at a single point? So GIFT City is a model where in terms of utility, it is not only district cooling, it's not only water, wastewater, it's also district cooling system as a service by a city. Automatic waste collection system as a service to the city, to the citizens. ICT cabling, so that you don't see the various wires. Ye Airtel ka hai, ye Vodafone ka hai, ye Idea ka hai, and then multiple in a tower you will see 50 cables are coming to your tower. So why ICT line cannot be laid by a city authorities, and that it can be shared by the individual service providers. So it's not like that कि अगर हमने line डाल दिया तो we have monopoly. So common cable has been laid down, and then individual connections can be taken by of a choice, whatever connection you want to take. So these are at a city level. These are that I would not directly say it's a eco-friendly material, but I should say कि sustainable solution at a city level, which will complement for a more eco-friendly construction materials. So these are the overall concept. And in the city, we have a utility tunnel. It's a vast utility tunnel, 6 by 8 meters, which runs across the major roads. So all the services run through that tunnel. You don't need to dig city anytime in the future. So all the services run through this, and then a service van can go in the tunnel. So it's like very futuristic model of the urban development, where the sustainability, it's its core. So together, if you see all the stakeholders are playing their roles at a city planner, city engineers, we have designed city such a way that all the buildings, when they're coming, so their site planning, site analysis has been taken care at the time of building plan also, at the time of planning only. At city utility services, all the features are very eco-smart and sustainable, so that the utility departments or city providers can also contribute something. And in the end, regulations says that you have to have green buildings, so ultimately buildings can be also green. So end to end, if you see, from concept till commissioning or till operations, all the phases of a building life cycle has been, well thought about and contributing for the sustainable development. Other than this, GIFT City has a purpose. It's a country's first IFSC, International Financial Service Centers. So for a city, we also need some economic value. We see all the cities, our historical cities, they were having well-defined economy systems, few industrial towns, or might be the tourism town, or maybe the service industries. So GIFT is basically known for its fintech services. So there is a tax discounted, tax haven for the international banks, and so that they can come there and set up their offices. So this is all about GIFT. And then we are from last 3-4 years, it's grown multifold. The growth which happened in last 10 years has been happening in last 2-3 years. The similar growth in the GIFT City. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting insight into GIFT City. It's of course a very interesting place. So next I would like to ask Dr. Aarti Grover, Head of Department of Landscape, School of Planning and Architecture, a respectable figure in the field of landscape architecture with a huge expertise in sustainable design. Dr. Aarti, 2 questions. In what aspect do contemporary material diverge from sustainable practices inherent in ancient times? And we have been talking about this from yesterday also, divergence between how things were done in past and now. And how do you perceive this shift in approach is impacting the current state of eco-friendliness? And a second part is, what specific criteria and consideration should a designer prioritize when they assess the environmental impact of the material, how we should collectively shape a framework aligned with both technological advancement and sustainability as practices? If you can give us some insight into that. Yeah, absolutely.
Good morning, everyone. So there are 2 parts of this question that I've been asked to talk about. And since you know that I am a landscape professional, I don't really do buildings anymore, though I am trained as an architect previously. So I would be rather taking you through a journey of how sustainability has mattered in Indian context, and where are we today, and how do we look forward to it? How do we take it forward for our next generations? As has been rightly said by the members of the esteemed panel, that we've done enough loss. We have done enough to the Mother Earth. How do we look at doing something which our future generations will, appreciate in the end of this whole era that we are in at the moment? So let me start by making this a point that my presentation, I don't have a really detailed presentation, but what I'm going to talk about is where are we coming from? who are we actually, and how talking about sustainability and eco-friendliness in the context of India is actually a question in itself, because we have always been sustainable, and probably India was the leader in telling people how sustainability really matters. So if you look at the ancient scriptures like Vedas in Indian context, there are references of thermal comfort, ecological balance, environmental sustainability, rainfall phenomena, and all these weather conditions already. The Vedas were written long back. Then there have been mentions, I don't know if you've read this book, The Wonder That Was India. This was written by A.L. Basham. And this talks about the Mauryan dynasty housings and the Mauryan dynasty palaces that were done in 2nd century BC, and how they used carved wood from local deodars. So the materials that we were using earlier as a community in ancient India was mostly using stone and wood. Even in this, Dharma Shastras and all these different monasteries that we come across in our scriptures, they talk about all of this. Then there is a very interesting book on Buddha, who has been the light for all of us in India, and the name of the book was The Light of Asia, and it was written again by Edwin Arnold. It exquisitely talks about how the Vishramvan, the palace that was built for the Prince Siddhartha, how it was made out of the local marble and alabaster. So there have been enormous number of discussions, writings about local materials, sustainability, vernacular practices of construction already in Indian context. As we move forward, we have seen the buildings like Taj Mahal, we have seen the cities of Mandu and many historic cities that we have in our own context, which have elaborate systems of water treatment. We have elaborate systems of construction techniques which come from the vernacular practices. And then it did not really remain to the palaces and monasteries, but it came down to vernacular building strategies at local levels, where we generally call them as the climate responsive architecture that we practice in Indian context. Then what happened? I mean, we have been talking about these, strictly following this Panchabhuta system. Then what happened? Then happened something which we call as Industrial Revolution. And Industrial Revolution, when it came to India, it brought with it newer materials. Newer materials which were, of course, concrete, we see steel, we see glass, and the most common one which is used now is plastics. And when these materials came in, the economy worked in a way that these materials were factory built, they were easy to get, mass produced, and then they were cost effective. All of us were very, very keen to use these materials, and stone and timber and wood was somewhere left behind. So this new civilization, where we know of the history and we know how rivers attracted the new civilizations, we started living near the rivers. And very soon, what we started to do with our rivers also, we know that we started to release all the untreated waste and affluents into the rivers, making them into the drains. And in Delhi especially, we have examples of Barapula, we have examples of Najafgarh drain. Many of these drains were rivers at one point of time, and we don't see those rivers anywhere now. So this also has kind of, the construction and demolition waste and has all gone into these rivulets. Modern buildings in India consume about 25 to 30% of the total energy, 30% of the fresh potable water as of today, and generate approximately 40% of the waste. Now, entering this huge and rapid urbanization that we are at the moment, it is imperative for us to know where are we headed to. I will put forth some data. I'll put forth some data and you will understand what I'm saying. Globally, human activities move more soil, rock, and sediment each year than is transported by any other natural processes, all combined. the total amount of concrete produced by humans is enough to cover the Earth's surface by 2 mm thick layer, all the Earth's surface. Microplastics are found in every ocean, and leave aside oceans, microplastics are found in our bodies at the moment, and the newly born babies that you see in this time, they all have microplastics in them at the moment. We have cut down half of the Earth's trees, which means 3 trillion trees have already been lost. And the reason, and the result is that extinctions all over, the avian extinctions, the extinction of faunal varieties has become a commonplace here. Now, factories and farming remove as much nitrogen from the system as the whole of these construction processes and the Earth's natural processes would have done. So the climate is changing fast. We know where we are and what are we talking about at this moment. And the fossil fuel emission, the kind of fossil fuels that we use and the emissions that they do is again a problem that we really need to address. So the question that we have to raise is, are we still, you know about these geological epochs, and we are in the Holocene epoch at the moment, but the researchers, the scientists have started to say that we are not anymore in the Holocene, but we have actually started to step into Anthropocene, a geological epoch which for the first time humans are marking a change in it. Where do we look at from here? Now, since as we have been practicing sustainable means and sustainable practices, I would like to just say a few things about how do we move forward from here, and why should we look at eco-friendly. So as I said, that we as human community have to make sure that we do not remain Anthropocene at the moment. We have to very quickly take a decision that we are turning ecocentric. So I am going to just say at least at 4 levels, like I think one of the panelists also said, what are we doing at the individual scale? I'll come to the individual scale, the building scale, the landscape scale, but to start with, let me just say, environmental repair at the ecosystem level is very important. We will come down to the scale, but what do we do at the ecosystem level? So, sustainability is, of course, a buzzword. We all know about it. We've been writing about it for 20 years or something like that. But the newer term in this dimension is regenerative landscapes and regenerative architecture. So we have to allocate a part of Earth's surface for regeneration and replenishment of natural systems. These materials would only come when these systems keep living up. So allocate a part of, I'm just giving a little pointers as to how and what we have to do at each level now. So at ecosystem level, as I said, regeneration and replenishment of natural systems, new strategies like rewilding and eco-restoration. Now this rewilding is a new term, and I'll just say one line about it. These ecosystem systems, how they work on the planet, there are, ecologies which are now fragmented, and because of that, the faunal varieties and the avifaunal varieties are going extinct. So it's our moral responsibility to make sure that we are not the only people on this earth. There are so many other genus and species who need attention. So our moral responsibility is to go in for eco-restoration and make sure that our ecosystems are rewilded. Those wild species come back to these places. At the urban development scale, the ecological lens analysis needs to be done very carefully, and environmental impact assessments need to be carried out. We have to understand the genius loci of each site that we touch. Site and environmental responsive development, of course, my colleagues have talked a lot about the different kind of materials that we should be using or which are new in the industry. Conserve and sustain, rather strengthen existing biodiversity of the sites that we work with. Pay back to nature in terms of replenishment of resources, restore, recycle, reuse. At the landscape level, what do we generally have to do is that we have to make sure, so I've been already given a head raiser. At landscape level, at planning scale, there are certain strategies that we have to take care of. We have to make sure that stormwater management is done well. So land water vegetation mechanism that is in place has to be respected. To do that, we have to make sure that the water that we are using is filtered and then only added or percolated to the aquifer. Maintenance of soil structure, that is very important. Erosion prevention is something that is very important. So what do we do with hard landscapes? We make sure that we are doing pervious pavings instead of doing hard pavings, because they would add to the runoff, and the pervious paving will mean that we are adding all this water back to the earth. Looking at the heat island effects and looking at the outdoor designs very carefully is very important. We are doing enormous parking areas. How do we do something about them that they're shaded enough and they're not reflecting as much heat? Soft landscapes, you have to preserve the topsoil, and ecological design and biodiversity has to be conserved. That is the next thing that you should do. At building scale, definitely my colleagues have talked a lot. I'll just touch on the building, the part of the building that we look as landscape and site developers, that we look at the site form and design of the buildings. We make sure that we are orienting the buildings very properly with respect to the sun path diagrams. Not to be left at all. What do we do at the society and individual level? हमारा क्या काम है इस सारे जंजाल में जो हम sustainability, regenerative, हम personal level पे क्या करते हैं? Personal level पे involvement of communities, it has to be made sure that we are working with our communities so that they have that sense of belonging and doing something. Capacity building and outreach, which we do as schools of architecture and landscape. Optimize energy conservation and review of lifestyle choices. हम कर क्या रहे हैं अपनी ज़िंदगी में? क्या खा रहे हैं? क्या बना रहे हैं? Everything needs to be reviewed. And of course, we have to look at the general norms and question our basics of life that we are doing at the moment. And I think I'll rest my argument here and let the coordinator take it forward.
Thank you, Dr. Aarti. That was a very interesting insight. In fact, till now we have had a very diverse perspective. I'd like to bring in Sri Sonal Kumar, Program Lead of Technology Finance Trade, CEW, focusing on low carbon transition in India. Sir, in a very, I would, just for the sake of time, in a very brief, if you can explain how adoption of eco-friendly building material contributes to India's low carbon transition, and what role do you see of your organization for policy and technology through this process?
Yeah, thank you. So the question is how the adoption of eco-friendly material can help in or can contribute to transition to low carbon economy. And as a researcher, I will start with how we actually define a low carbon building material. So because we talk a lot on these things and there are multiple parameters. So can we think of a comprehensive framework which help us in defining eco-friendly material? And it can be, there can be multiple parameters. So one is the energy consumed in manufacturing of these materials. So how much energy it is consuming? How can we reduce that energy? And the second is changing the source of energy. So because a lot of these materials, and particularly some of these materials like cement, steel, bricks, so they are very highly energy intensive manufacturing processes. And each of these contribute to around 5 to 12% of the total GHG emissions of the country. So, and a large part of it is a large part of the energy is required in the form of thermal energy, not the electrical. So where the challenge is that in case of electrical energy, you have to basically change the source of energy and put the electricity into grid, and then the manufacturing unit, one has to just connect to the grid. But in case of thermal energy requirement, there has to be changes in the processes and how the energy is being utilized. So there has been a lot of technological improvement required at the plant level. So energy consumed in manufacturing. The second is the resources that we are using. So how much virgin raw material we are consuming in production of these materials. Are there any scope for use of waste material or recycled material in that? Then third parameter would be, are these materials locally available or they involve a lot of transport, because that again increase the embodied carbon of those materials. then these materials has to be used in buildings and how they impact the building energy performance. So for example, the thermophysical properties and particularly the building envelope, for example, roof, windows, walls, so their thermal conductivity, their heat capacity, so they impact a lot on the cooling demand of a building. Density and weight, so lower density material can reduce your dead weight of the building and then reducing your steel and cement in your structural requirement. So, so again, they can impact the carbon footprint of the buildings. And then the maintenance needs, how frequently it has to be maintained, the resources, the materials required and their carbon footprint. And at the end of life, can these be recycled or reused, or are they creating any hazardous waste? So there are these factors. So we have to consider all these factors while defining an eco-friendly material. And then we have to look what are those materials which qualifies. There may be cases that all materials may not qualify in all the parameters, but then we have to use our judgment based on for what purpose the building we are designing. And here, if we follow this, so we can see that definitely transitioning to low these eco-friendly materials will definitely then contribute to transitioning to low carbon economy. And then these materials, so there may be one material which performs very well, but we have to look at a building level, because there a lot of materials has to be used in combination to serve the purpose of the building for which it has been designed. So we have to look at a combination of material and then their life cycle impacts. So bringing into life cycle impact and considering the larger ecosystem, and then that will help us in finding appropriate materials, identifying appropriate materials, and then using it in our building design. And then here, I see a lot of role of technology and policy. So for example, if we have to reduce energy consumption in manufacturing, so that requires a lot of technical interventions to improve the energy efficiency of the processes. Similarly, if we have to transition to cleaner or greener source of energy for manufacturing, so then it again involves technological innovations and modifications in the existing operations, because if some, for example, in cement and steel, a lot of discussions are happening how we can transition from coal to green hydrogen, and that requires a lot of technical changes. So role of technology is very important, and then role of policy will also become very important. So we have a lot of policies still in place. For example, in the building energy, to target building energy, there are ECBCs, ENS, and now BE is coming up with energy conservation and sustainable building codes. These voluntary green building rating systems, and some of these ratings also have for the products and which consider some of these factors. But a large part of the construction are still not catered to this through these policies, because these are targeted to organized construction happening at a larger scale. But there are a lot of smaller scale construction happening, particularly in smaller towns and cities and semi-urban areas. And these are huge in number. So the overall impact is very high, and they are not covered under ECBC, or they are also not been targeted under the rating programs. So there the role of policy becomes important in how we can increase the awareness, increase the market uptake of these kind of materials and practices in those areas, in those kind of construction. So we need policies from both on the supply side, where we need policies to push and to support the transition to producing more and more eco-friendly materials. It can be technical support, financing support, as well as the capacity building support, because a lot of workforce involved in the manufacturing as well as in the use of these materials in the construction industry, their skills has to be upgraded, because to make them enable to produce these kind of materials as well as use those materials in the construction. And similarly, on the demand side, we need a lot of these kind of policies, which basically enable the market uptake for these kind of materials. And it can involve a lot of activities on awareness, then standards, schedule of rates for some of the newer materials that are coming up, having some preferential procurement policies that can help build the conviction of users for going for those materials. the last point which I would like to make is, so there are environmental factors which, environmental criteria in selection of materials, but there are several business criteria also. So we have to look at what are the factors that influence selection of a material. So we talked a lot about the environmental factors, but from the builder point of view or from the person who is constructing, so they may be interested in, can this material help in faster construction? Can this use of this material help them in having better control over the quality of construction or the ease of procurement, whether someone has to procure from multiple suppliers in small quantities, or these materials are being produced in bulk in an industrial scale so that the ease of production can happen. So there are other these business related criteria, and we have to see how we can marry these two, environmental criteria as well as the business criteria, so that it also makes a business case for the person who is deciding on what kind of material we have to use. Thanks.
Thank you, Shri Sonal Kumar. That was very insightful. We have been talking about building materials. That gives us insight on how low carbon transition happens. For the sake of time, we are already been informed that we are short of time, but I'd like to invite now architect Ricky Mathur, who is a partner in Ricky Mathur and Associates, and he has been involved in architectural projects emphasizing on eco-friendly material. So the question which I would like to ask you is, considering your diverse work which you have done across projects, right, how do you prioritize use of eco-friendly material vis-a-vis sustainability without compromising ethics and functionality? Like, what are the challenges, and if any success you can give us? And kind of summarize this whole session also for us, in a brief, of course.
So let me try and summarize it. Thank you so much. Morning, everyone. Yeah, for example, when we look at any project, so we start from what the project requirements are. We are of the school of thought that one product fits all is not a good mantra. We try and evaluate the thermal mass, the ventilation requirements, the building footprints, and orientation and zoning and everything, so that we are able to do justice to the overall project. Apart from that, we engage into material research. We try and collaborate with the stakeholders, which could be right from realtors, could be the building masons, could be the contractors, could be the developers, so that everybody is on the same page. Because, still today, it takes time to ask people to do a green building, try and tell them what sustainability is all about. Cost is still a deterrent, let's be very honest. There are some materials which are not easily available. You don't want to call them from a faraway place because then transport takes a toll. Then even if you get them, then material application, usability, the life, and whether it is vernacular or not, also takes a toll on the project. But then we also try and see how the local sourcing can help us, how the people around us can be educated to use those materials. So that has been as in a go-to scenario for this. And in terms of successes and challenges, yes, for example, government support is very important. You only mentioned that, money is an important game changer and a game player. So we have been talking to institutes, to regulatory authorities to make it A, mandatory, B, to offer more SOPs to people so that they lean towards green. What Mr. Garg said, in Gift City, they have factored everything. They are trying to give them a cutting edge technology where, the state of the art technology, the connectivity, making it mandatory to green, making getting rid of the boundary walls, making open spaces consumable by all. So these are all the parameters which gets used. So that also is an important part, and I hope everybody toes the same line. That's the way I look at it.
Thank you very much. That gives a lot of insight on how, from a design conception, you look at it. So to just summarize, and it was an interesting learning for me personally also, understanding from how ancient times thought process buildings were done to the point where materials, plant-based materials, things can be used, as Sir said, on hemp, to the point where we have green concrete and materials which can be used for building materials, to the point where scale from a building to an entire city, right? Like Gift City we are talking about. So that kind of tells us, and as we just heard, that from a thought process, design perspective also, and taking into account how carbon transitions can happen. So net, this whole thing, and as I started saying in the start, it's a mindset, it's an approach. We all need to think, we all need to collaborate. We all need to be able to not just think in silos, and be able to kind of come together, right? Come together and see how we can take this journey forward. Now, I'd like to invite Shri Abhishek Rathore, Director of Sant World Private Limited, to talk about how his company and how they are helping in the journey of green development. Sir, I'd like to request to keep it under 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to extend the deepest of thanks to the ASSOCHAM team for giving us an opportunity to be a part of this event and to have an open exchange of ideas and showcase few of our latest products and technical advancements in the company. Now, being a part of this session today for eco-friendly building materials, it's quite beneficial for us as we are quite steadily moving in that direction only in developing sustainable products for the MEP industry. Now, just before we get into showcasing of those products, I'll just like to give you a brief history about the company. Our company was started in 1953 and quickly became one of the household names for valves in India. So the success of that tale, which started in manufacturing quality walls, completely transformed into a group of companies having diversified into manufacturing of many products like valves, forge fittings, ductile iron screwed fittings, UL and FM approved groove fittings, and UL and FM approved valves as well. Now, coming to a few of the products that are linked to sustainability, we now are also manufacturing water and flow meters, sprinklers and flexible hoses, a multi-layer PEX plumbing system, and quite a few advancements in our air systems as well. Now, to give you a brief introduction about our products, I won't take much of the time, sir. So, we are manufacturing primarily our walls in various MOCs as per the customer needs, with sizes ranging earlier, which used to be from 8 to 600 mm. Now we have increased it to 1000 mm. For various applications, for fluids like water, air, oil, gas and steam. Now I won't bore you with our extensive industrial range, but few of the products I'd like to showcase which are particularly pertaining to the MEP industry is our butterfly walls, which we are manufacturing from PN10 to PN25. And we have many types of customizations as per the customer needs available as well, like pneumatic and electrical actuators, and limit and tamper switches are also available. And then come our brass line walls, in which we have our PN25 rated forged brass ball walls with strainers and without strainers. We have PRVs up to 100 mm and brass strainers and automatic air release walls along with our forged brass float walls as well. And coming to our bigger size range for our cast iron products, and please note we make these products in ductile iron as per customer needs as well. First come our ISI approved gate walls and reflux walls, both available in PN10 and 16, and single and double door wafer check walls as well. And also our cast iron strainers, both screwed and flanged ends, available both in Y and T-type manufacturing. And some of our new additions to our HVAC range is our balancing walls and our flare nut ball walls and flare nut ball walls with strainers. And for our firefighting range, we have a complete range of UL listed and FM approved walls, which are butterfly walls with both wafer and grooved ends, similarly with gate walls, NRVs and strainers. And we are in our final stages of development for our deluge alarm valves as well, which we'll be launching in the coming months. And in the beginning of the year, we launched our complete range of sprinklers as well, which are UL listed, and currently we are manufacturing the 5.6 K factor sprinklers from 57 to 141 degrees. And along with that, we launched our flexible hoses as well, both braided and unbraided. The unbraided flexible hoses are UL listed, and the braided hoses are UL listed and FM approved both, and the size range available is from 700 to 1800 mm. Now coming to the topic of sustainability, firstly coming to our products related to water conservation in domestic and commercial use, I'd like to say that we can only save after we know how much we consume. So now I totally agree with Arjun ji, as he mentioned that data is the new oil. So first of all, in terms of water conservation, we need to know how much we are consuming. So for that, we have a complete range of water meters, brass meters available with both hot and cold applications. And for smaller sizes, we have our single jet water meters as well. And now one of our major additions in our metering range, we have introduced our brass water meter with pulse output, and you will be glad to know it is completely, can be directly connected to a 4G modem and is completely AMR ready, which now we can have the complete data of data analytics of our water consumption, and only then we can make an informed decision on what to do next. And for the similar purpose, for the bigger sizes, we have our cast iron meters, which are available in flanged ends, and all these meters for brass and cast iron are as per the latest ISO 4064 standards and have an accuracy range of plus minus 2%. Now coming to our range of flow meters, we have electromagnetic flow meters up till 600 mm, and for industrial use we have our turbine oil flow meters and steam flow meters as well, which are completely BMS compatible and have a RS485 Modbus output and can provide an analog signal as well. And within the coming months, we will be launching our ultrasonic flow meters as well. And we would like to inform you that our flow meter accuracy is plus minus 0.5%, one of the most accurate in the industry, and we are in the process of increasing our accuracy up to plus minus 0.2%. And we are now coming to the next product. We are also one of the oldest manufacturer of forged pipe fittings, which are extensively used in the MEP industry, primarily in firefighting. But now as welding is being discouraged due to its many harmful effects to the environment, and it is also already banned in the IS code for internal sprinkler systems up to 50 mm, we have come up with an alternate solution which helps us in our sustainability mission as well. So we have introduced our ductile iron threaded fittings from 15 to 50 mm, and for bigger sizes we have introduced our ductile iron groove fittings up to 300 mm. Now this eliminates the cost of welding completely from the system and has much more ease of installation and maintenance during expansion and far greater advantages to the traditional welded systems. And due to the introduction of mechanical tees, which you see in the third line of the image, the cost of distribution and installation is reduced substantially. Now what are the main advantages of this system? So it eliminates welding completely from our piping system, which has its many side benefits. One of the main is it reduces pollution, resulting in lowering the carbon footprint at the work site, and also reduces the energy requirements substantially during installation and commissioning. Now also it makes the job site safer as well. So welding being a major fire hazard, it is completely eliminated from the system. And the next is ease and speed of installation. Now due to the system being a completely mechanical one, no need for skilled welders at the site, and nearly 50% faster installation is observed than the traditional butt welded system in the pipeline. It is more accommodating during expansion and contraction of the system. Now the grooved and the threaded system being a completely modular one, it is the preferred method of expansion and contraction method for expansion and contraction jobs, as it substantially reduces wastage. As in a welded system, pipes need to be cut and replaced if any changes need to be made. And one of the major advantages of this whole system is reduced total installed cost, and it reduces the overall pricing, and the installed cost of the system as well. Now, most of our multinational customers are already using this system, and we have already supplied our groove piping system in few of the major projects already going in the country, like the Central Vista, ITPO Pragati Maidan, AIMS Jammu and Rajkot, and some of our private customers we have supplied these systems in some of the warehouse for Amazon, Flipkart, and Lenskart. And also now it is being extensively used for firefighting and HVAC in industry as well. And we have just supplied these modular systems in Aditya Birla's new factories in Chayyar and Chamarajnagar. So as I also mentioned, some of our prestigious customers, the list is which I have already mentioned. And in the end, I would just like to thank ASSOCHAM once again for letting us be a part of this event. And it has been a great learning experience for us as well. Thank you again. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Abhishek. I would like to invite Sri Aman Arora, DGM Waste Management Solutions and Techs, BAPL, to share his views. Sir, if you can keep it a little short, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
SMC panel tanks are also known as GRP. Presenting Syntex SMC presentation also known as GRP, glass reinforced plastic. GRP tanks. These SMC tanks are made by compressing a combination of quality fiberglass and resins along with other important ingredients. Syntex SMC panel tanks are available from 1000 liters to 12 lakh liters capacities. However, these tanks are more relevant because of their cost effectiveness in capacities exceeding 25,000 liters. The key advantage of SMC panel tanks is the modularity.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Aman Arora. First and foremost, I'll thanks ASSOCHAM to give us a chance to represent ourselves for the very important issue which has been raised by quite a lot of them. What I am right now is discussing about is a little bit about the company and then about the wastewater treatment, what we can provide, because a lot of points have been raised during the presentation by the panel on the wastewater and recycling water which has been done. So I'll just start with a little brief about the company. Syntex, we are into this for around eight decades, providing innovative products and solutions. We have 7 state-of-art manufacturing units within India, in-house research and development unit, which give us new product and new facilities delivering critical application. Largest distribution across the country, and we have the best or the most appropriate after-sales services. Now, to give a little brief about our product range, basically Syntex is known for the PE tanks, which is onto the top left-hand side, then the loft tanks, SMC panel tanks, which are the new innovative product. But right now, I am focusing about the second line, which is the FRP underground tanks, package STPs, and the SMC panel tanks. Now, to start with, first we have to introduce or to understand that what are the manufacturing or what we are manufacturing into. So we are manufacturing our underground tanks or STP in FRP range, which is the fiber reinforced polymers, a kind of a plastics, in which we use the fiberglass and resins to make a sustainable and better quality of tanks, which give a very longer life and different grade or different output. We have the range starting from 10,000 liters to 50,000 liters, and a multiple of 50,000 liters can be added for a higher storage. This is the underground water holding tank in FRP, which has been used at different places for holding raw water. And why we are being into the FRP is because it is a food grade plastic, which is being 100% hygiene, and for raw water it is, or for drinking water is sustainable. Now I come to the second or the most important thing which I want to highlight, because during the discussion before, a lot of things have been discussed on the recycling of water. So I'm just coming on to it. Basically, there are two equipments which we are using it. One is the septic tank, where the water need to be, not to be reused, but to be used for earth recharge. And second is the STP, sewage treatment plant. We have a smaller, the smaller unit was starting from 1 KL and up to 200 KL, which is a standard model, and over above we can design it. The smaller model, which in the STP is the advanced, it is based on the advanced MBBR technology. We reduce the BOD level up to 90 to 95% to reuse for any secondary application. And it is very easy to operate. It is a kind of plug and play unit. Basically, in any STP, it will take a long time to do all this civil works and all. In our case, we don't have to do any civil work. You can see it is a packed plug and play unit. All the parameters which are required for an output of less than 30 for any secondary application is done without a tertiary treatment. To get up to a level of less than 10, which is now the new parameters, we can have a polishing unit which can be used to get up to the level of up to 10 KL, but as I already covered, it is very easy to install, plug and play, and very easy and very important in terms of getting it where the time span are short. Now, why we required an STP or a package STP is the life. Our systems have a life of 30 to 40 years. So it will take a very long time, and normally in an STP system, the most difficult task is to have the life. Normally it, in any other application like in civil or in MS, it has a lot of problems in type of leakages and all, so there is nothing in terms of that. Any order or any finalization, we can hand over the equipment within 3 to 5 weeks, which is the minimum time by any manufacturing in the country. We are working on gravity, so basically it is a very, we can save on the electricity and cost. Because we are underground, we use the land, we don't use any land, so approximately 60 to 65% of electricity plus no land is being used. We required only 20% of the land comparing it to any conventional system. Now, I just stress on the point of the decentralization, which I think Mr. Garg has pointed out to maintain or to hold the electricity cost. Why we are stressing on a decentralization is we generate the sewage at one point of time, generate or transport it to a particular place, then get back to the same place for reuse. So we basically promote the decentralization of sewage treatment plant so that it can, where we generate the sewage, we treat it there and we can use the recycled water at the same place. Different usage, we can use it for cooling towers, industry, roadside cleaning, and other application. These are a few of the areas to give it that the time span is low. So this is a small details of the installation. So a small PCC bed need to be done, the lower the dead man and filling of the things, and then the unit goes down and it is ready for usage. So probably within a span of a week after the receipt of the material at site, we can deliver the output quality. A few of the installations. So as you see, there are a lot of places where you see the STPs in a bad shape or a very bad look. It actually in a housing society where you have a STP, the cost of the flat also goes down, and there are foil smells and different handling of the sludge and all. In our system, the sludge is recycled and we don't require it to be taken out from our system between, say, around 2 years. So this is the installation. This is the installation where which we have used the TTP also. The output, the raw water quality and the output quality, which you can see the difference in the output quality. This, the last one is after the TTP or the polishing unit. There are some of the approvals what we have from the Center Pollution Control Board, from the Military Engineering Services. These are a few of the certificate where the output quality and things have been looked into. It is from some major companies like Adani, LIC, ITC, a few of our prestigious customers where we have installed and the systems are working in a very good conditions. From PSU, real estate, industrial segments. Now I request to play a small video where we have, it is just for 2 minutes, not more than that.
Sir, we are really short of time.
So,
2 minutes.
2 to 3 minutes, not more than that.
It, right?
So this is our second product where we has the larger holding tanks in SMC panel. So it has a holding tanks of around 16 to 20 lakh liters. So I'll just request to play the video for the same. Video.
These are
the video.
very relevant for industries. The new age solution to high capacity water storage. SMC panel tanks are also known as GRP, glass reinforced plastic. GRP tanks. These SMC tanks are made by compressing a combination of quality fiberglass and resins along with other important ingredients. Syntex SMC panel tanks are available from 1000 liters to 12 lakh liters capacities. However, these tanks are more relevant because of their cost effectiveness in capacities exceeding 25,000 liters. The key advantage of SMC panel tanks is the modularity and the flexibility it gives to architects and contractors to erect them in any size and shape. Also, these SMC panel tanks have high strength to weight ratio. Hence, they have the same strength as of a metal or RCC tank at much lighter weights, thus making them easily transportable and erectable. These SMC tanks are also fire retardant, chemical resistant, and have no risk of corrosion or leaching. If you are wondering where these tanks can be installed, then here are 8 areas where SMC panel tanks find their application. As mentioned earlier, these are used for large capacity water storage ranging from residential to commercial and community water storage. These are also very relevant for industries, institutions, government and defense sectors. Let's understand why you should buy a Syntex SMC panel tank compared to any other SMC or GRP tank. When you buy tanks from unknown brands, there are greater risks of leakages or breakage, which can cause fatal accidents, as thousands and lakhs of kiloliters of water is stored in such tanks. But with Syntex, you can always be assured of quality products as well as services. We make no compromise in the safety of our customers. Also, Syntex is the only Indian manufacturer with the ISI certification for SMC panel tanks. Here are the key features of Syntex SMC panel tanks, which make them better than RCC and metal tanks. Syntex SMC panel tanks are easy and quick to construct, more durable, more cost-effective, portable, lightweight, modular and very hygienic compared to RCC and metal tanks. Let's take a look at the dimensions of the Syntex SMC panel tank. The length and width of the SMC panel tank can range from 1 meter to 20 meters and the height can range from 1 meter to 3 meters in half-meter increments. The crucial aspects of our SMC panel design are that the bottom and the side of the panels are made in concave shape, which enables the tanks to hold more water. Also, to make them sturdier, the panels are bolted together with SMC corner angles from the corners, top and the bottom, so that no metal touches the water. Panels have been mindfully designed for most effective drainage. The drain connection is made at the bottom to ensure complete drainage. Also, the inlet and outlets can be customized to meet the client needs. Syntex complies with BIS standards for manufacturing SMC panel tanks. Syntex SMC panel tanks ensure that water does not come in contact with metal, thus eliminating rusting and enhancing the life of the tank, which is not the case for imported tanks. Also, Syntex provides a better net to gross ratio compared to imported tanks, ensuring more water storage for the same capacity as an imported tank. Let's see the glimpses of the installation at project sites. Panel tanks can be installed in 3 different ways. First type of installation is for ground level tanks. For ground level tanks, the first step includes the laying of the foundation. Then HDG grillage is installed on the foundation in step 2. And finally, the tank is installed on the HDG grillage as step 3. The second type of installation is for elevated overhead tanks. This is how an elevated tank looks like after installation. The third type includes terrace level installations. Here are a few installed project site pictures. We have received a great response from Jal Jeevan Mission projects pan-India. Installed at the ropeway project in Dharamshala, Himachal, and also in Congo, Africa for a Coke bottling unit. This is a project installed in Indonesia. Installation for Wonder Cement. We have supplied many tanks to COVID hospitals. Syntex SMC panel tank at the Commonwealth Games Village, Delhi. And here is a list of a few happy and satisfied customers. We express our sincere gratitude for taking out time and viewing this presentation. We look forward for your recommendations. Presenting Syntex SMC panel tanks, the new age solution to high capacity.
Once more, thanks today for giving us the chance to represent ourselves and our product. We're looking forward for some requirements by soon on. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aman Arora. And so with that, we are concluding this session. A small 2 minutes more. I know we are all hungry also. I would request Ravi sir. He has a unique take of this whole event and a unique way to present it. We thought it would be interesting for us to hear. And after that, we'll all wrap up.
Yesterday, one of our friends and colleague mentioned a concept of linking forests in Delhi. I thought it was a wonderful and a very ambitious mission. I hope they are successful in creating such urban forests and urban heat sinks. Thinking of that, I felt that while such endeavors would be very hard to implement and would require tremendous amount of resources and effort, why don't we think of doing something ground up in a similar mission where every citizen can participate? So I just made a small note. My friend Arjun thinks that it's a poem, but this is probably my first attempt at writing a poem. So I begin with, each one plant one. Plant a tree when a child is born, a symbol of welcome and celebration. Tree grows as the child grows, nurturing the tree as child grows, leading to a sense of ownership and pride with a sense of attachment towards the tree for the child like a pet or a family member. If the tree dies, plant 2 trees. One as replacement and second as a tribute to the original tree. Tree matures faster than humans, also outlive human. If the family or children relocate, they would remember and come back to look at their tree and have a sense of concern, like towards a senior member of the family. The term family tree would have a new dimension. Very soon, we would have as many or more trees as humans, leading to a green revolution of another kind. There would be a premium on tree rights instead of parking rights. Even the monetary value of habitable spaces would soar with more green and trees. Thank you.
We have had a wonderful session. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. May I now request Dr. Roshni Udevar, Chairperson GEM Maharashtra and Director Roshni Udevar and Associates, to kindly join us here on the dais to present a token of gratitude to our respected speakers. We have Professor Dr. Varinder S. Kanwar, CEO NABID, Quality Council of India. Thank you so much, sir, for taking your time out and joining us here. Shri Lavleen Garg, Chief Planner and Vice President, Gift City, Government of Gujarat. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Shri Sonal Kumar, Program Lead for Technology, Finance and Trade, CEEW. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Dr. Aarti Grover, Head of Department of Landscape Architecture, School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here. Architect Ravish Mehra, Chairman, GEM Green Interior and Partner, RMDK Architects. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Architect Ricky Mathur, Partner, Ricky Mathur and Associates. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Shri Abhishek Rathod, Director, Sant Wolves Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Shri Aman Arora, DGM Wastewater Management Solution, Syntex BAPL Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Last but not the least, our wonderful moderator of the session, Shri Arjun Ghosh. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen, for conducting such a wonderful. Now, may I now request all our panelists to join for a group picture. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning up our next session, which is going to be on the theme Sustainable Built Environment Policies, Financing and Stakeholders Engagement. We have our coordinator of the session with us, Mr. Shubhabrata Rath, ASSOCHAM, GEM. May I now request our eminent speakers and moderator of this session to join us here on the dais one by one. Our moderator, Architect Puneet Sethi, Principal. And stakeholders engagement. I would also request everyone, we have wonderful exposition just outside on building material solution. We would request you to kindly visit. I repeat, we have wonderful exposition outside on building material solutions. We would request you to please pay a visit. exhibitions. We would request you to kindly visit that also. So let's begin with our session with the theme Sustainable Built Environment Policies, Financing and Stakeholders Engagement. May I now request our moderator of the session to kindly join us here on the dais. Architect Puneet Sethi, Principal Architect IAD Studio, to join us here. May I now request all our speakers to kindly join us here. Architect Naveen Sharma, Chairman GEM Chhattisgarh and Principal Architect Naveen Sharma and Associates. Architect Arun Kumar, Chairman GEM Jharkhand and Principal Architect The Creators, Ranchi. Shri Ravi Chaudhary, Head Technical Construction Finance, Green Value Partner, IIFL Home Finance Limited. Shri Sanjeev Srivastav, Managing Director, ASSOCHAM Limited. Ms. Shubhi Kesarwani, Founder and CEO, Gurujal Gurugram. Shri Pranav Sinha, AGM Small Industries Development Bank of India. Shri Rajiv Paul, Senior Project Analyst, KPT Piping System Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for our eminent panelists. We are commemorating this session, and I would now request our coordinator, Mr. Shubhabrata Rath, to kindly take this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Master of the Ceremony. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? All good? Welcome to the second session of the day, which is the session number 5 of the entire conclave. And all the themes that we have developed so far, we have spoken so far in different sessions, they are well thought. And the first one today was about materials like eco-friendly materials. And in this context, I would like to reiterate to the fact that we have also product certifications for sustainability, which is called ASSOCHAM GEM Eco Product Certifications. And the first sessions we talked about how to make sustainable materials. But after building that, what else? How can you make it more sustainable? That is about these sessions. This session talks about sustainable built environment related policies, financings, and stakeholder engagement. You can see that there are 4 things here that we are trying to wrap up in terms of defining a built environment, what should be the policies around it, how the financing sector works, and how other stakeholders are working towards it. And the last sessions, session 6, which will be followed by the lunch, that would give an idea of circular economy, which will take everything into one space and conclude it. So in these sessions, before I give it to our moderator, I would like to welcome Sri Rajiv Paul ji to give the product presentations. It's related to KPT Piping System Private Limited. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank ASSOCHAM for giving us this privilege to share our small presentation for KPT Piping System Private Limited. So I want to continue with this, that PPR piping system to enhance productivity and life of utility piping and fire. Now I want to talk about the legacy of KPT, the road which we have traveled over the years. Initiation, this company was established in 2008. Largest PPR manufacturing plant at Dehradun we are having. And the production range is also from 16 mm to 400 mm green therm water pneumato air and chilled water thermoplus fire column pipes. Today we stand tall to offer our client largest production capacity, which is 900 metric ton monthly. Expansion of another 900 metric ton in next 2 years. 100% in-house production we are. Collaboration with the best global raw material manufacturing and tool suppliers. Why I'm talking about PPR, we should try to understand over here. What's the material PPR basically? It's a longer life food grade, high impact strength, chemical resistance material. And what are the features of this PPR? Polypropylene random. PPR stands for polypropylene random. Fusion weldable, leak-proof permanent joint, European technology, used in most of the countries, suitable for hot and cold water application. And the basic advantage of this is it's 100% chemical resistance. Now, where are the applications of this PPR pipes? Only pipe replace all other pipes. This is the only pipe which has replaced other pipes in the sense of metal pipes and the other plastic related pipes. There are two pipes in this, metal pipes and plastic related, and PPR has replaced all other pipes. The applications of this is in compressed air cooling, tower and chilled water, ETP, STP, DM, RO, chemical acids, diesel, food, juice, etc. That means this shows that it's a total food grade material, that's food, juice, etc. is mentioned. Solar water, heating system, LPG gas, firefighting is the application for PPR pipes and fittings. Now we are coming to the most important part of PPR pipe, which is the fusion welding jointing system in this, which makes it 100% leakage proof. Heating, removing, fixing, result, saddle welding and the butt welding. There are two steps followed. For heat fusion, the smaller size, and the butt fusion, we have in larger sizes jointing, starting from 110 mm onwards. Why we are connected with KPT, or why the industry or the plumbing industry should go for KPT? There are certain demarcation highlighted, we have highlighted only company manufacturing PPR pipes and fittings for the last 10 years. That means we are not manufacturing any other product apart from PPR pipes and fitting for the last 10 years. KPT is the first company which has got CBRI certification for firefighting application in PPR pipes. The first Indian company also to get NSF certificate, certified by prestigious RAS, awarded Asia's growing brand Pride of Bharat Best MSME Award. 6 extrusion line and 7 injection molding machines we have in the Dehradun plant. 500 plus own high accurate molds for fittings. Stringent quality we follow with full featured lab for testing facilities of our product range. Current production capacity is of 1,000 metric ton monthly. Construction new factory is on the way, which is going to be ready in another 4 to 5 months time approximately, with a 900 metric ton monthly capacity. Now we have got a lot of approvals for this product also from most of the prestigious organization approved by CPWD, MES, Railways, JJM, PWD, AI, and most of the consultants all over India. The only company using 100% R200P grade, which is the world's best raw material company from Republic of South Korea, which is Hosen Corporation. The only company having capacity to produce 16 mm to 400 mm pipes along with the fittings. The only company successfully have completed more than 6,000 projects, industrial projects across India for various applications, as I have been discussing earlier on my earlier slides. We assure quality products and quality after sales service also for the same. And now piping and the productivity part of it. The designing, it's an energy saving design which has been developed for PPR pipes. It's 100% leak proof with a longer life of more than 50 years to be precise with. The productivity ensures required flow pressure also. There is pressure losses less in this particular tide, and the lower cycle time, higher production is also there in this. Now let's talk a bit of technical. The importance of pipes we must understand. Pipes are the vital part of our life, either in our body, blood vessels, or in a factory to transport fluids, air, water, gas, and other fluids from source to the demand areas. If pipe fails to deliver as per requirement or leakage, the entire production room will come to a halt or platform under expectation. So in short, we can say that PPR pipes are 100% leakage proof piping system which will never allow or deliver a flow of water, gas or other fluids in this. Now our contributions, we have saved over more than 5,000 kilowatt per day through our innovation energy saving piping design in our 500 plus projects. That means this PPR pipes is absolutely an energy saver we can go ahead with. Like United Industries, we have involved and designed most of the plants for United Industries. Manatee, we redesigned and changed the existing piping system, achieved consistent production and quality in Manatee plastics. 24 numbers of IAM machine with 6 chillers for both oil and water, and saved water and energy in Fun School Ranipet plant, where the project we have done in the Fun School. With GEM Orion Inventor Chiller, we provide complete piping solution and saved energy and increased the reliability. Here the stress what the panelists have been discussing over the past 2 days about energy saving, and this is the point which I want to stress, that we are definitely saved a lot of energy by the increasing reliability on PPR piping system. We have given design solution to Bestmac, Unitech, Purushottam Molds, ASB Plant Pune, Bison Plastics, Evershine Molds, Lex, etc. Cooling tower and chiller, let's talk about a bit where the application is most prominent in this PPR. We have only company in Asia to make PPR pipes and fittings in 5 different colors. That is, multiple application is there. Green Thumb, one of the finest and biggest range of commercial and industrial PPR pipes fittings under one roof for the application of hot and cold water both. PPR easily descalable. Unlike metal pipes, as I have been discussing on this, we can safely descale the PPR pipes using system with acid without affecting the joints and pipes. Now, if you, with the metal pipes, if you want to descale the wall thickness or the inner or the outside, that also comes off in meantime, and the thickness of the pipe also comes down. This is what we are trying to elaborate in PPR easily be descalable. PPR for chilled water. The thermal conductivity of PPR is 0.24 W per mH. For MS pipe, this is 43 W per mH. PPR is having 179 lesser thermal conductivity than MS. So the thermal conductivity, which we want to stress, is very low in PPR in comparison to other metal pipes which are available. It's a 100% leakage proof piping system for chilled water line. PPR is 100% non-corrosive pipe and which gives a life of 40 years for the chiller plant. Compared to the replacement and repair cost after 10-12 years in MS piping system, PPR is most suitable long-lasting pipe for chilled water application in comparison to your MS piping system. PPR self-insulated pipe save of energy. Now it's an energy saver. How we understand? I have just completed the previous slide that is having, PPR is having 179 times lesser thermal conductivity than MS. That means it is definitely an energy saver. Compressed air lines, let's talk about this. PPGF pneumato and compressed air piping system. This is a compressed air piping system where KPT pipes combines the advantages of FRP and plastic pipes and eliminates the disadvantages of both materials at the same time. The FRP is absolutely diffusion, light and reliable, prevents oxygen or gases from permeating into the pipe. It compensates and reduces the snapback forces and heat expansion with changes in temperature. That means the thermal conductivity or expansion of this pipe is very low. PPR for air, we have the air compressed line. Rusting is the biggest issue in the GI piping system where this is taken care of. PPR piping system is commonly a piping system for the compressed air piping system. And successfully we have done more than 2,000 compressed air line projects all over the country. Firefighting application which is there for the PPR also, rusting of the pipe both inner and outer, reduce pipelines life 7 to 10 years. Now wrapping cost and reliability of wrapping in concealed pipe is there, which is not prominent in your PPR pipes. Choking of the nozzle area because of the rust in due course of times if the water is hard takes place. full descaling with acid not possible in metal pipes. Whereas in PPR, it is definitely possible. All leads to failure of firefighting at the time of fire. NBC material classification is there. Will not go into the depth of the things due to the brevity of time. So now we are coming with the Thermoplus that is already there in the our Bhaskara product, Thermoplus class 1 pipes, which is, there is a brief evaluation report for that, the testing report for this FRVO firefighting application pipe approved by CBRA. I want to stress on the raw material which we are using for the manufacture of PPR pipes and fittings, which is Hosung R200P grade from the Republic of South Korea. Density is also mentioned over there, and the parameters for the description unit wise it's mentioned. And now we have a bond of trust, and Hosung being the largest raw material manufacturing globally, the certification to approve that. And we have done, our presence of KPT is in Pan India presently, as we are a company which has done a lot of installations. You can see the Bank of Baroda data center in AP, Andhra Pradesh, we have done successfully. Project of Delphi, certain projects we have done, which has been done very successfully, like furnace and chill water line in 2012. That means we go back to 12 years approximately where zero complaint piping has been done. Project TVS chiller condenser line is there, polyfilm chill water pipeline is there, and this is all over a decade we have done without a zero complaint in these. Other installations as is visible, you can see. And some of our valued customers who are attached to PPR pipes and fittings we have done, these are the very valuable customers who have been putting our trust on KPT piping system, and we, taking them together, we are moving ahead in this. And there's a customer list. And now all the dignitaries, guests, our architects, consultants present out here, we will definitely be seeing you again at the ACRAX at Greater Noida from 15th to 17th February, which is a very, very big and prestigious HVAC innovation show, which is going to be held in Greater Noida shortly. So we are there all to participate and again connect with you. So this all is our presentation for PPR pipes and fittings under the brand KPT, KPT Piping System Private Limited, with an office in Delhi and plant in Dehradun. So this is what I want to talk about for the PPR presentation.
Thank you, Rajiv ji. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for that brief presentation about KPT. And so we would start our sessions right now. It's already started, but the way do you want to wind up? So it is 12:37, and the time was actually 1:30 up to only 1.5 hours, 1 hour and 15 minutes we can take for this session. And so I would like to welcome our moderator of the session, Architect Puniseti ji. Over to you, sir.
Thank you and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You know, sustainability, the main definition talks about, you know, saving resources for the next generation. And I promise my coordinator that, you know, if we've lost some time during the morning hour, you know, our panel will definitely try and make up for it. And some time we'll take from your lunch hour so that our next session, which is the last session of the day, begins on time in the afternoon. Thank you, and it's a privilege for me to have such an illustrious panel here. And, you know, since morning we've been discussing as to how, you know, this discussion will be taken forward. But, you know, very important is this topic to my heart. You know, all the, you know, ideas about sustainability can just remain a notion if, you know, we don't have an ecosystem in place where there are policies which are proactive and finance is available at appropriate levels, and all stakeholders are gainfully engaged in this whole system. And moreover, you know, we need a feedback chain among the three to be robust enough to ensure an efficient and you know, effective ecosystem for sustainable built environment to happen. You know, just to keep my audience also with me, we all know that the first definition of sustainability was given by the Birkeland Commission. Who would remember which year was that? Does anybody remember which year did the first definition of sustainability come from? Which year? You're very close. One more guess, somebody? You're very, very close. It was 1987 when the first definition came. But more important to that was the definition which the United Nations gave us in 2005, where it said that sustainability is not only about the environment, it's also about economic development and social equity. And I think that is what, we would try and keep at the back of our mind, with our discussion here. So the environmental balance, the economic balance, and the social balance are the main criteria for sustainability. But of late, a very important aspect has also come in, which is the call for net zero by 2050. And, that's another area which, our esteemed panelists might want to, delve into. So policies will provide us vision, goals, and framework for action. Financing shall enable us to implement the projects and programs that support sustainability. And of course, as stakeholders' engagement will ensure that needs, preferences, and values of different groups are considered and integrated in the decision-making process. So with that and this background, I will take the opportunity to go to my esteemed panelists. And my first question will be to my architect friend, Naveen Sharma. If you can very briefly, highlight the important key principles that make a sustainable environment. Very briefly, and my request to all my panelists to be brief and to the point so that we can ask you more questions and also have time for audience interaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Puneet. Good afternoon, everyone. Whenever we think about the sustainable built environment and its key point, the first point in everybody's mind comes about its design. Definitely, it should be energy efficient. And whenever we think about the energy efficient, the design must be based on passive design. It means the reliability on the common natural ventilations and air conditioning, and reduction on the artificial heating and cooling. Renewable energy should be incorporated in our design. That is again use of wind turbine, solar panel, and geothermal system. Puneet ji, you might also have seen a few years back, we have seen a viral video that a hotel in Kerala, that the whole system was based on the geothermal cooling. Our friend B. Sudhir ji is here. We can ask him. He would better tell us. The whole hotel was designed in such a way that the air conditioning and air heating system will be on the geothermal cooling system. So just think how much energy we can save on implementing such type of technology here. And the next thing, if we talk about the material selections, definitely a lot of discussion has already been done in the previous sessions, so I would not like to go much about that, but the recyclable materials and everything can be done. And I would like to add one thing, that low embodied energy should be incorporated. We should think how much energy is consumed in extraction and manufacturing and transporting also. हमें देखना चाहिए कि ट्रांसपोर्टिंग में डिस्टेंस कितना लोकल अवेलेबल मटेरियल हम कह सकते हैं, because I am doing some projects for the railway station development also, and whatever I observe, that every station they are using quota stone everywhere in the platform, a huge amount of quota that is available in Rajasthan, right? So up to what distance it is sustainable? In our area we too have flagstone of the same quality, but nobody is using around Chhattisgarh also. But in Kolkata, West Bengal, they are using and taking it from Chhattisgarh and they are using it as a black granite of Chhattisgarh. To see what is happening. So such type of things should also be taken care of. And the next thing is water conservation. Definitely, yesterday we had a discussion that we had water efficient fixtures available nowadays, so we should use that water efficient fixtures to reduce the water consumptions and grey water system utilization of grey waste water. And waste management, definitely the reduction of construction materials which we can recycle and reuse that waste material. Some of the people are just using it like paver block making of that construction material. And the next thing is biodiversity and green spaces. Definitely if we can provide the surface green, it not only enhance the air quality, but it provide insulation also. So that is better. And adaptability of the design, that the minimum renovation should be required in such a way that everybody should adopt such type of concept. And community engagement is one important thing, that we have to aware the people also to educate about the sustainability and the end user. And as our friend from the builder segment, Mr. Sanjeev is here, he will tell more about that. That some kind of incentive should also be provided to such people who are doing in this field of sustainability. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Naveen ji. I think you've given us the 10 commandments of what sustainability is all about. So I'll now go to our friend architect Arun Kumar, and I would take the advantage of your interest in policy framework and ask you a question regarding implementation. There are a number of guidelines, codes and schemes in our country to improve the built infrastructure in India. But what strategies and policies do you think are required to take this to a better implementable level? If your thoughts on that.
Good afternoon, everybody. And as Architect Naveen told that there are 7 parameters which is there for the sustainable development. But in practical, what we found, so many discrepancies are there, especially in the field. First point he told about the energy. A lot of work has been done on energy efficiency, a lot of codes, a lot of guidelines has been prepared. And it is, I think the field of energy is one of the field in which most of the work has been done, especially ECBC has been implemented in many of the states. But I will say only around 7 or 8 states are serious about these codes regarding the standard of the material. And in most of the states, especially like Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh and other, Bihar, these type of states, people are not aware about that. Yes, policy is there because it is being made at central level. It is going to be percolated to the state level. Then from state level, it has to go to the ULB level, that is urban local body level, which is going to be implemented there. I'll tell you an example of our state, that is Jharkhand. There, ECBC has been propagated in a large way. Many workshops, seminars has been done. But till date, it has not been notified. Cabinet, it is with the cabinet only. When that cabinet will approve, then it will be notified. So things are being diluted as it percolates from central level to the ULB level and finally that user level. Another field is the material selection. Of course, there are guidelines for building when we go for green building certification. We have IGBC, GRIHA, LEED and GEM also. But I think people are very least interested only because less than 1% projects are going for the green certification. And where the green certification comes, then people go for the different guidelines. They try to follow that. And in general, I'll say that 99% of the project which is coming in the field, in the city and around, you will find that people are least bothered about the green certification because very less benefits are there. And in that the advantage which we get due to material selection, local material, it depends only on the architect's choice and the client's choice. There is no compulsion. So what we found that this is a very voluntary kind of thing, nothing mandatory is there. So if we can, when we talk about our national goal and our commitment towards the world and the coming generation, it is being diluted. Another point which Naveen sir has told is regarding water conservation. It's very important. I'll again cite an example of our municipal corporation, Ranchi Municipal Corporation. What they have told what they're telling, what they have formulated, that rainwater harvesting is mandatory for certain 500 square meter plot area, it is mandatory. But they are not giving any incentive, rather they are penalizing. If you are not doing rainwater harvesting, that municipal tax is going to be 50% more. So on the other way side, if you see the bylaws, you can construct basement on the full ground, leaving only 3 meters of setback. And they have given a set model of pit, then borewell up to first aquifer. And in most of the plot, you will not find sufficient space also. So we have tried many times that instead of penalizing, if they can give incentive for the rainwater harvesting, then people will go for that and they will adopt that. But nobody is there to check that. Only in the codes, in the guideline, it is there. They are not listening any suggestion from the people, and then people, what they are doing, they are trying to cheat municipal corporation. There are a lot of corruptions comes. People come to check. They give only report, yes, rainwater harvesting is there. But apne man se nobody is doing. So that there is no concern about कि water conservation करना है, हमारा groundwater level is going down. They are least concerned. So if I think if that of incentive program, I think in Odisha and maybe in Gujarat, they have adopted this and they are getting very good results. And that need to be implemented in all of the states, especially where the water is a genuine problem, it is going to come. And I'll tell you about the next example, next field, regarding the certification of the project, that is green certification of the project. In most of the ULBs where it is going to be implemented by introducing in the bylaws, I think only 10 or 11 states, they have given some incentive to the builders only. What builder is getting, that is around 3 to 10% of the FAR, that is very meager, and compared to the fee that they have to pay, I think only for fancy sake they are adopting this project is green project, especially in the government. But in masses, in our state, I will tell you, hardly 1 or 2 people adopts, okay, we'll go for green project. They don't think that, yes, this is going to better the environment, that is going to save the future. It is not like that. So I think that again we have to think about the certification program also, how it can be people friendly, how many more people should adopt that. That also I think we should consider. When we talk about our fraternity, that is architect fraternity, when we talk about the green certification, they always tell, yes, we want to do that, but they have to go as per their clients, not as per their wish. So another thing which is very important is the awareness level at the ground level. It is very, very poor, very poor, I will say, in the backward states especially, and in the rural area it is always there. So we have to run different awareness program, and they must see the visible impact, they must see the visible advantage, and even for the builders also, I think everybody wants ki humko kya fayda hai, what I'm going to gain with that. If I'll do a green building, a sustainable structure, what I'll gain. So everybody knows that people are very materialistic, very practical, another way you can say. So we have to think about that also, how we can explain them and how we can prove that a sustainable building is beneficial for them, for society, and for the future. So
at this
it is a
point,
big
I
challenge for
think
us.
you allow me to,
Yes.
go to
It
the
is a big challenge for
developers.
us, and we people have to do that. We have to take the challenge. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You've given us 3 or 4 very important points in terms of, only 1% projects going for green certification, water conservation. In fact, I'm tempted to come down and talk to Shubhi about it, but, you'll have to just wait for me to, hold on to another thought. You talked about, incentives being missing. So I would like to go to Pranav Sinha ji here. You are part of a green climate finance vertical with SIDBI. What do you think are the initiatives that you are taking for sustainability which can kind of bridge the gap which Arunji is talking about?
Thank you, Puneet sir, and thanks ASSOCHAM for giving me the opportunity to connect with the audience here. And I was going through the schedule since yesterday, and then when everything is actually talked about, technology, challenges and all, then finance, there is a role of finance, which I am representing here. So SIDBI, which I am representing, you all know that is a premium financial institution for MSMEs. And yes, in changing scenarios, especially our role becomes more challenging to support the MSMEs on sustainability front, because the MSMEs are most vulnerable section, I would say, on climate issues. And we are in fact supporting the sector on energy efficiency front since 2005-06 through our multilateral partners, World Bank, JICA, KFW, AFD and all. And we have run successfully several line of credits on energy efficiency, supporting the MSMEs to adopt for better technologies, energy efficient technologies, green buildings, and several other things. But recent years, understanding the requirement and the upcoming challenges, we have in fact increased our bandwidth on greener side, and we formed a green climate finance vertical. I'm the part of the team, and we in fact concentrated on more on greener side. We started several initiatives, financial side and non-financial side, in mission mode. And currently, officially, we are running 5 missions on greener side. Our first mission is on energy efficiency, second is on solar, third is on electric vehicles, fourth is on waste, and the fifth one is on technology. So we have charted separate schemes or separate customized products to support MSMEs on these fronts, not only from our side, along with the stakeholders, the multilateral and bilateral partners. So in fact, our EV program, which we call EV for Eco, has been adopted by NITI Aayog in the overall EV 3430, this program by Government of India. Waste also, several ministries are actually focusing, and Satat program also launched by MOPNG, Ministry of Petroleum Natural Gas. There also we are coming up with some support. And the other energy efficiency, we were running some risk-sharing facilities on energy efficiency side, many of you would be knowing. And there we are supporting the ESCO market, the energy service company market, through that program. And there also we are coming up with certain support products. Along with our financial products, even non-financial side also, we are picking pockets in cluster specific manner. So we are adopting some cluster, we are making interventions, they are identifying their challenges on energy efficiency front, and we are supporting through technical partners, ESCOs, so that we call Project GRID, Green Inclusivity Program. This we have done in several parts, like Kota, sir mentioned. Kota also we run this program in Bihar. Currently it is going in Jalandhar. So what we are doing, that we are deploying certain technical partners, who are working on energy efficiencies and ESCOs, providing awareness to the MSMEs in the sector, in the cluster, and then voluntarily whosoever is coming up, we are supporting them with energy audits. So energy audit is like health checkup. Unless you know that what are the issues in your MSME unit, then obviously you will not go for energy efficiency. So our technology partners are suggesting them certain fine tuning in the current operations, and then even suggesting that this much of capex you may incur, but you will be saving a lot of money in future due to these technology adoptions. So that way we are working in clusters, and we have target around 100 clusters to be covered within next 3-4 years. That is again Project GREAT. Besides, we feel that the lack of awareness is a major challenge among MSMEs. If we go and talk to MSMEs, many of them may be understanding, see, the rate of interest is a primary concern for them, we also understand. But through saving also, through energy efficiency and adopting energy efficiency and through reducing their energy bills, they can save a lot. Yes, they need certain support in the beginning on their capex and all. So there also we are trying to bring blended finance concept. We are providing good resource to them, blending with our multilaterals resources, and providing them good rate of interest, I would say. But besides, making them aware so that they can understand the challenges ahead. In recent times, whatever we are seeing in Chennai, in Gujarat, several climate change related challenges they are facing. So they also need to understand that this is the time they need to improve on sustainability front, and integrating the ESG in their operations. So they may not know what is ESG, what benefit it will bring if they are little bit ESG compliant, and then obviously there is no challenge currently because there is no mandatory or regulatory thing currently, but going forward, like we are seeing that many countries who are importing are going to be more concerned on ESG front. So that way we are trying to educate our MSMEs, and we have launched India's first perception index on ESG, that is called SPECS, Sustainability Perception Index. So this is kind of knock to MSMEs that do you understand what is ESG, and do you understand its implication, and if you are adopting in your practices, what are the benefits you are going to get, or if you are not going to adopt, what are the future challenges you are going to face. I will quote one example, if time permits me, maybe in short. So we are, like cluster, I mentioned that we have adopted several clusters. We have adopted Muradabad also as a cluster. That is Pital Nagri, many of you would know, that is a brass cluster. So the challenge there is, there are so many artisans, maybe more than 5,000, small artisans who are working in their homes, and in the same home their family are residing, and in one corner they are melting on coal-based furnaces. So obviously the pollution level within the home itself, the pollution-related dust, fumes, 90% people are affected by lung-related disease there. So there we are making interventions to convert them, to transit them from the coal-based furnaces to gas-based furnaces. So there are several challenges in this initiative as well. First, they needed to understand why they need to shift, because when the term pollution comes, they feel that this is the responsibility of the government, कि वो कुछ करेंगे, वो हमें सब्सिडी देंगे, वो हमें पैसे देंगे, पॉल्यूशन वाली बात है, हम क्या करें. वहाँ हमें उनको समझाना पड़ा कि आपकी प्रोडक्टिविटी इंक्रीज करेगी और द फर्स्ट affected party is you and your family. And then in future, around 10,000 crore is the economy of Muradabad on export front. जो डोमेस्टिक मार्केट है वो है ही। आप अपने घरों में देखिएगा, आपके यहाँ पीतल के जो सामान है पूजा घर में, छोटे छोटे दिए, और वो आप 99% मान के चलिए वो मुरादाबाद से आते हैं। लेकिन उसके पीछे की कहानी ये है कि वो बहुत ही पॉल्यूटेड ऑपरेशंस के थ्रू होके आते हैं।
Sir, I think I'll interject here.
Yeah.
I think the two important points that come out here is awareness and the stakeholder engagement,
right,
which I think your organization is doing very, very nicely. And I think with this thought, I'll go to Mr. Srivastav. Sir, you are a developer, and I would not say you are a stakeholder, but I think you are a custodian of the stakeholder, because the stakeholder, according to me, is the end user of what you build. Okay, how do you perceive what according to you is the perception of the the end user or the stakeholder with this entire sustainability program?
Haji, good afternoon, Puneet ji. Basically, let me introduce myself, because I am not the expert on this issue where this conference is happening. We are in that whole ecosystem where we stand. I am a developer in the name of ASSOCHAM Limited. I am civil engineer. That is my another responsibility when we look at this problem. And I'm in business since the last almost 38 years. So we have seen how this whole system has evolved, and today where are we? Had it not been situation in Delhi, तो pollution का concern किसको है? Government को है या stakeholder में who are affected? So normally, as Mr. Sinha said, they are not aware कि whose responsibility is. So I will put this whole frame before answering to where we stand. We deal with people who buy houses, or we deal with people who are citizens. We deal with people who are concerned citizens, and their need has to be provided through us. Government want housing has to be provided, government want road, infrastructure, etc. has to be provided. So we are one of the agency or medium to provide those houses. Houses, we call it whole community. Community means we have entertainment, facilities, clubhouses, etc. So basically that is the need, and that also concern of any government, that housing is a basic need. So considering all this, and in 2006, a system came in place by the order of Supreme Court, where environmental impact assessment was put mandatory, I think we all know. And from 2006, it has, since 2024, the responsibility to start a project under this parameter lies with us. So no doubt, things are in place to a great extent to control this or create sustainable environment. And it is mandatory, it is stringent, implementation is really stringent, and you can't escape that. It has fallout of prosecutions, they are providing the act, so it is there. I will not say that people are not aware about it, they are aware about it. Developers are aware about it. But I think the problem is much beyond that, much beyond that. For the compliance level, for the basic requirement, I say environmental clearance we also take so many permissions. But coming to what is the issue which we are talking about? My take is that who are the stakeholders? If one more thing, then I'll perhaps be able to put right questions, sir. The stakeholders are the creator. The creator means we are the developer, we create. And we are the maybe reason of this problem. User is the customers. Enablers are government agencies, framing, policy makers, etc. And enforcement comes from either agencies appointed by government or the activists. There's a lot of whole system we're working on activism. So in our country, basically there is a cost to create sustainable environment. There's a cost to it. And by default, all the stakeholder except creator everybody thinks it is a responsibility of, I am buying a house from this company, it is their responsibility to create environment or sustainable environment. So the blame invariably comes on us that we are the spoiler. Because our whole method of construction actually has evolved. Just imagine, आप सबने घर बनाए होंगे, building देखा होगा. Where we start? We start from excavation. The moment we excavate, if we are blamed that it is mineral in most of the states. The earth which we excavate is a mineral. So there is a tax on it. You have to pay tax from the authorities to excavate. Transportation, another problem. Where do you take it? How do we start construction? If we do even piling, we take out so many things from 30 meter, 50 meter, 60 meter. So we are spoiling the environment. Then, you know, we do all the construction. We were initially procuring bricks. Now, because of environmental reasons, that has been, you know, the need has been divested of. Now we have many other technologies. But, you know, as we progress, we take out water, pumping water. There is no municipal water. So there are restrictions on use of water. We use basic raw material, sand. Forget about innovative materials, what we are talking here. Find a solution for the innovative, basic materials. Is there any solution to stone, chips? Is there any solution of sand? Is there any solution of water? Alternate solution? No. And most of the things are controlled by mafias in the state. The sand, chips, or water tanker, all this business. So we have to compromise with them, indirectly, directly. So we have to construct, because national goal, the big housing for all, that is ambition, na? So we have to construct, and there is no alternate to us. We have to buy the same material. So when we start, you know, commissioning, okay, we do landscaping, we do plant out of trees, we advertise that we have planted 10,000. Even there are bylaws. It is mentioned that for every 80 square meter, you have to plant one tree. We have rainwater. These are all very basic things. Don't worry about, everybody is doing this. Rainwater harvesting, issues is bigger. So what I'm coming to, if we agree that we need houses, we agree construction, what is way it is happening. So the cost of creating sustainable environment, who is going to bail the cat? Who is going to pay? Because we have also to be, you know, economically viable. So if you just imagine, on an average, suppose we sell an apartment of 5,000, 6,000 rupees per square feet. If you add the cost of sustainable environment, maybe cost would be double. Who is going to bring that 5,000? Puneet ji, who is going to bring? We talk in air-conditioned environment, we talk in seminar conferences, but so far my experience says we have done nothing on this. That who is going to pay? If you ask the customers or buyer of apartment to pay, it is beyond their capacity. वो 5,000 में घर मिल जाए, वही बहुत है. थोड़ा सा प्राइस बढ़ता है तो मार्केट कहाँ चला गया, क्या करें? आप कहते हैं कि pay for the pollution. As Sinha Saab said, the awareness is not there, and they think that it is responsibility of, at least not mine. It is either developer, because of he has taken environment clearance, or government, or municipal corporation, and they are after our blood to put all restrictions. What is happening in Delhi from last 4 or 5 months? Construction is stopping 5 days, on 3 days, stop 1 month, just see. So it is adding ulta cost on us, is adding unnecessary cost on us. So who is going to pay? So my question to Puneet ji, if we can find an answer, who is going to pay? There is no finance available. I will just put one thing. Sometimes it happens that, okay, we are a responsible citizen, responsible developer. We go a little beyond that. We do something extra. But if you talk generally, just say for, I give an example, we are doing a project which is a township in East India. So the requirement of power, so we are setting up a solar plant in some other place, putting up the whole requirement and, you know, getting that energy. But, you know, that cost, of production and advantage belongs to us because we have invested, sir. But the moment you ask, okay, you have to keep, matlab customer or resident have to keep paying that cost, which normally would have come from the electricity department. So normally 6 rupees per unit hai, mera cost aa raha 1.5 rupees. So that 4.5 rupees saving, who is benefiting? I am doing an industry for the sake. So I am helping the environment, no doubt about it. But हाँ, अगर customer ready हो जाए pay करने को, उस difference we can be shared. That money can be utilized for something else. So something like this, it happens. The customers either they are ready to pay for the cost of environment or some mechanism we evolve. So my question, I leave it here.
So I am very thankful to you. I think you've raised a very pertinent point here. Number one, yeah, you know, that there is a cost to creating a sustainable environment, and who is going to bear this cost? So I will, you know, request ASSOCHAM GEM Council to, you know, delve into this question and maybe, you know, create a platform where we can, you know, in future discuss on this issue. And when we talk about that, I'm now coming to my friend Mr. Ravi Chaudhary. You know, we appreciate the Green Value Partnership programs that your organization is running, the IIFL House Finance Limited. You know, can you please briefly tell us how this can get integrated into the ASSOCHAM GEM's Green Building Program?
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Just for the clarity of everybody, so Green Value Partner, GVP as an acronym we call it. So it's a internal initiative of IIFL, and we started this journey I think somewhere in 2018. And the idea was because 2018 we realized, and the trigger point was one of our investor, wherein, I mean, that was a sovereign fund, and they came and said that, what are you doing for as a lender, since you lend in real estate, and real estate happens to be still one of the major contributor in GHGs and all. So what are you doing as your bit? And that's where the whole thought process started, and we launched this program. The idea behind the program was that when this I'm talking about 2018, beginning of 2018, when we started talking to the stakeholders, likes of Mr. Srivastav, likes of policymakers, real estate developers, customers, consultants, government, ULBs. So we realized on a lot of sides, there was a lot of myths and gap in the awareness and the data. For the sake of policy, for the sake of incentive structure, there were things already in place by 2018, but then they were probably not being communicated. And a very basic myth, as if, one of the very infamous myth that I recall was one developer we were having a discussion is, and the thought he came across was like, आप लोग तो affordable housing में काम करते हैं, तो ये green building तो premium housing में होता है ना, मतलब I'm like, ये बात कहाँ से आई? So myths and gaps to that extent. So we decided, okay, fine, let's make a team of engineers and architects within IIFL. First of its kind, despite being a affordable housing finance company, we set up the initiative. And coming to your question, I think there is an ample opportunity to work with GEM, ASSOCHAM in this. Firstly, by the virtue of them being one of the rating agency now recognized by a lot of state government also. I'm sure they are, one of the one who have lately joined the party. IGBC, likes of IGBC, Greha, and probably a little ahead because they have a first mover advantage. But so far we have been working with all the rating agencies available. GEM is now coming into the fray and slowly holding the place. People are getting to know. I think this is their 6th such conference also, which speaks volume about that thing. So, so far, and whatever we consult, whatever hand-holding we do to the developer, we are rating neutral. We rather recommend them if they are coming up with affordable housing. Probably this might suit them a little bit more than the other one, maybe in terms of cost, maybe in terms of implementation level, what level of rating they're going to go to. is there affordable housing? I mean, the project is in the category of affordable housing or the normal housing. So we, being a housing finance company, generally refrain from doing funding in commercial and industrial. So our focus has always been residential. And I mean, very proudly we say this, that we have been an enabler for a lot of first-time home buyers actually, because we essentially still operates in the affordable housing segment. So there is no dearth of overlap. In fact, there are a lot of opportunities I can see even while speaking. So yeah, I mean, GEM and GVP as a initiative of IFL, I see a lot of overlaps and we can make this work, and I see a lot of potential working together on this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. At this stage, Shubhi, I would have been tempted to come to you and ask you a very pointed question, but I have a very strong feeling with the kind of presentation that you have. I think you will be able to sum this whole exercise in a very interesting perspective towards the end. So you can hold on till I go back to my panelists with one more question each, but with a request, just 2 minutes, okay? And you will complete the answer. Very, very pointed question, very specific answers. Arun Kumar ji, in terms of stakeholder engagement, what do you think is the role of the Town and Country Planning Department?
As far as Jharkhand is concerned, Town and Country Planning Department is instrumental for making the local bylaws. Basically, Jharkhand Building Bylaws has been adopted in 2016. And subsequent, I'll tell you, around 22 amendments has been done after taking feedback from from different ULBs. And in fact, I'd like to tell you that after tremendous pressure from the architect fraternity, they have adopted that green building certification also. And but it is not being notified. That is very important, that politicians, which are going to be finally, it has to be approved from the cabinet, right? But that at that level, that awareness is very poor, very, very poor. So they take very least priority for these topics, for sustainability, for green building, and we are dependent on that. So again, I will repeat that awareness level at different ULB level, at politicians level, at general mass level is very important. Unless pressure will come from the masses, from people, and the highest level is aware about that, then only I think new regulations, some flexible regulations, the regulation which is beneficial to the people will come. And I'll say that Town and Country Planning Department has to lead, because they have to formulate the policies, then it will be presented to the building committee, then it will go to the cabinet, then it will be notified after approval from the cabinet. This is the process basically is there. And for that, of course, awareness only, awareness is required. Right.
So I think your neighbor...
इसमें ऐड कर देता हूँ एक बात.
अच्छा, okay.
मेरे से पूछिए तो टाउन एंड कंट्री प्लानिंग कुछ नहीं करता है. किसी जगह का, किसी अथॉरिटी का टाउन एंड कंट्री प्लानिंग कुछ भी नहीं करता है. इन्वायरमेंट के ऊपर का कोई कंसर्न नहीं है. बट आई विल ऐड और शेयर वन इन्फॉर्मेशन. MOEF wanted to bring amendment in the 2006 policy rule, and they wanted, because in the building industry most of the things are standardized. We are not a smoke emitting or industry, so by and large there are standardization. So they wanted to delegate through that amendment to the municipal authorities. They want to delegate everything. So instead of going to EC, environmental clearance, and it is a long queue, it takes almost a year. So they wanted to at least do justice by divesting that responsibility to town and country planning or corporations. But because of, thanks to activists, that policy amendment since 2020, because of objections, and I understand 15 lakhs objections were given, that सब कुछ बदल जाने वाला है अगर ये amendment हो गया तो. So that is put on hold. So still we are त्रिशंकु हैं, अभी कुछ नहीं हो रहा है. Town and country planning और corporation कुछ नहीं करते हैं सर.
चलिए मैं आपके अरुण जी के पड़ोसी के पास चला जाता हूँ, नवीन शर्मा जी के पास. What do you think is the scenario in Chhattisgarh, but more specific to, let us say, the housing policy framework?
Actually, nowadays what happens, the people are migrating from rural areas to urban areas. That is due to job opportunity which is more in urban areas. and the people who migrated from rural area due to inadequate housing in urban areas, they are born to take shelters in slums. So the focus of the government is to provide shelters for these peoples. So the government is working for the EWS and LIG houses. This is more concerned. And for the builders segment, they have to keep 15% area reserved for EWS and 10% for the EWS LIG housings. Such type of policy, with policy they come up. And what our earlier government does, the builder has to construct, government is going to construct through the development agencies and Chhattisgarh Housing Board. And the cost of that land, registration cost of that land is also bared by the builders. That is a big thing. What the new government is proposing, that the builder has to construct and he can sell those houses, but the government will provide the list of beneficiaries to the builders, and they can sell them and get back their money to from the beneficiaries.
Okay.
Such type of.
I get it. So which means, like what Arunji is saying, there is a lot of missing links, but there is some promise also. What you say, what is happening in Chhattisgarh. I will go to Ravi Chaudhary ji here. When we talk about sustainability, sometimes a person like me begins to think that this is more like a moral issue. Do you think this can actually become a business model, or it has already become a business model?
In fact, I am a firm believer of the fact that morally and ethically somebody can do some work only few times in their lifetime.
Okay.
But if something has to become a phenomena, it has to be equally rewarding, and there should be a business case out of it. I mean, let's accept and face it that nobody will get into a venture to incur losses. Maybe once, but not again.
Correct.
So there is a lot of debate. In fact, there are a lot of case studies on this, that sustainability is actually a business case. I'm sure there are limitations. There are limitations, more limitations pertaining to some sector, maybe less in some other sectors. In fact, I'll just take you through an example, and I think I'll rather take a reverse example. It will be easier to probably do, because people understand the threat easily than the benefit. So, I mean, we recently read the news last year or so that Holcim Cement, they backed off. Like, there was one of the major players in India. They backed off. They winded up their entire operation and went back from India. And I think Adani then took it. I mean, they were the highest bidder or something. The only and the pure reason for them to move out was their international standard, whatever they were following. They were not meeting the ESG standard that they were supposed to meet otherwise, because it's a firm which is, I mean, otherwise the parent company is somewhere in the first world country. So that's a classical example of a reverse, in a reverse way.
Correct.
What happens to British Petroleum after the Gulf of Mexico spill? These guys were losing, if you talk about brand value, which is a very important thing, these guys were losing $20 million a day, and this continued for a month or so, just by that spill. And most of these companies, they have the major money coming from the market capitalization. So market cap was thinking like anything. In fact, now there is an increased debate that financial performance versus ESG performance. By and large, and obviously, like Mr. Srivastav explained, and I humbly accept that there are some segments, geographies, where this will still take some time. But essentially, the companies which are performing well on ESG side would ideally be performing well on the financial side as well.
Right.
So, I mean, obviously there are so many issues which we need to resolve at policy level, probably at every level. But a glimpse of hope that I see is this. In fact, just a very small example, very local rather. Out of this entire thing, wherein the government is promoting green buildings, out of all the state that I have seen personally, because we are so, actively involved in this thing, and of course there is a parallel debate as to somebody should actually load more FAR in terms of incentive. Is it actually helping the cause or rather deteriorating? That's a separate debate altogether, because by giving incentive FAR, you're putting extra stress on the same piece of land or the city, which you should have not done it. Rather, there should have been another way of incentivizing the developer. Correct. But Haryana affordable housing particularly, because some of the factors actually benefited them, is a classical business case. When we started this journey, a lot of people, a lot of aware developers were going for the green building by themselves. I can vouch today, 99% of the people, you don't even talk to them because the industry has already reached that level now. 99% of the people in hyper density zone, which is Faridabad and Gurgaon of Haryana, in affordable housing, they're going for the green building. You don't even tell them. Their architect knows it, and he tells him that, look, this is a pure business case. This is a serious net cash flow additional of what you will otherwise get if you miss it. So I think, it cannot be more local than that.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
I think that's a good perspective that you've given us. Sir, सवाल के लिए मैं आ रहा हूँ. Once this thing, सवाल definitely लेंगे. Srivastav ji, I have a difficult question for you, a controversial one, but you'll have to wait for it. But I'm just going to Mr. Sinha. Very quickly, sir, any important SIDBI strategy you can share with us which can enhance sustainability in financing? Very, very short response to it.
So, in fact, being specific to today's this subject, in fact, and I guess most of the project developers and builders are also here. So, I mentioned many of things, but yes, I would request, in fact, that whenever you are developing a project, in fact, country and town planner also, the team is here, many. So, please have a provision of maybe solar rooftop in all the houses, but the cost should not go to the residents. So there is a RESCO model, Renewable Energy Service Company. You can tie up with one RESCO who can do the CapEx and install solar on every rooftop. And there would be like a simple RESCO model billing and EMI model. And bank, and specifically SIDBI, will be supporting to them. We are working on similar kind of project in Varanasi, Ayodhya, and some more cities. And similarly, maybe in every project, you can have one provision of bio-waste, biogas plant. There also you may have a tie-up with some EPC contractor who would be installing and running the biogas plant, the feedstock generating within the project itself. And whenever you are planning for a project, a society, or maybe a hotel of this kind, or maybe even smaller kind, so those waste can be used as a feedstock to the energy and may help sustain the society. So both moral side and a business case, I would say, are available within your business model itself.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sanjeev ji, I'm coming to you, sir. I'm coming to you, but
this is not possible.
we will leave it for that, for some other this thing. But I have a controversial question for you, and just 1 minute response from you. Yes. Okay. Most green and sustainable projects get incentives in terms of extra FARs. What is your thought on that? You are a builder. I'm sure you are enjoying the benefits.
सर ये पता है क्या 2005-06 तक FAR वाज मैजिक. अब तो FAR सरकार बोले जितना चाहे ले लो, जितना ले लो. सिंपल रूल है, आपको FAR का भी पैसा उनको दो, so you can purchase FAR. So ना ये जो this lollipop वाला टाइम नहीं है सर. We need something great, big. और मैं सर की बात पे, सिन्हा साहब की बात क्लेरिफाई करता हूँ. सर जो हाउसिंग हम लोग बनाते हैं ना, उसमें अगर हम एनर्जी का बिजनेस प्लान कुछ भी बनाए विद इन दैट ना, आज का अपार्टमेंट रूल ये कहता है कि जो सोसाइटी के अंदर है सर, सब कुछ उनका है सोसाइटी का. आप चुपचाप हैंड ओवर करके बाहर हो जाए, नहीं तो कोर्ट जाके आपको और रगड़ेंगे. इसलिए ना एनर्जी कंपनी बना पाते. मैंने ट्राई किया, मैं सच बोल रहा हूँ, ट्राई किया. इट मेक्स सेंस. दैट्स वाई वी थॉट दैट लोग के हम इंसेंटिवाइज या प्रोजेक्ट को तो नहीं कर सकते सर. जैसे ना बहुत छोटी छोटी बात हुई, बायो प्लांट. अगर आपने जहां बिल्डर का इंटरेस्ट उसमें क्रिएट हुआ, आपका 10 साल तो गया, 10 साल गया, इससे अच्छा हैंड्स ऑफ कर लेना चाहिए। मैं सबको एडवाइस करूंगा, सर कोई और तरीका ढूंढिए, बहुत मुश्किल है सर।
Thank you. Shubhi, thank you very much for being patient and waiting right till the end. I have taken the liberty of, making her wait. Shubhi comes from Gurugram. She is the founder and CEO. And I would now request you to please share with us your experience and how, you address all these three aspects that we have as a topic this afternoon. And you have 10 minutes, I think, maximum to be able to wind up this thing so that we can have, some questions from the audience.
Thank you so much. I have my stopwatch on, so thank you. I think great precedents being set today. We were trying to talk about multiple aspects of policy, finance, and stakeholder management. I'm just going to summarize all of it, and then I have my 2 cents on the comments being commented here. So I come from a background of working with the policymakers at the Chief Minister's Office of Haryana, and then transitioning to sustainability management and, starting Gurujal. So I think one commonality is the livability index, and that's where I want to bring highlights. दिन के एंड में आपको क्या चाहिए? अच्छा खाना, अच्छा कंपनी, स्वस्थ जीवन. So where is that we are going to find? And ESG and sustainability as a matter of concern took the international eyes only when, COVID was there, when Black Rights movement was there, when it was realized that agar company का environment, society or governance index stable nahi hai, तो companies will not survive. And then eventually it came down to the society and the society's construct also. कि अगर society stable nahi hai, उसका design stable nahi hai, so again the societies will not survive. I've done a case study on Gurgaon and realized that what's happening, every year it gets flooded, there's water scarcity, there's air pollution, there's all sorts of things despite being a millennium city. So I tried doing a micro study and realized कि वहाँ पे forest level decline हो गया from 19 to 9% in last 4 decades. Number of ponds have declined to almost 1/6, which is really terrible क्योंकि वहाँ पे वो sponge zones हैं in a semi-arid area. Again, that changes how we see the groundwater level. Air quality index, and then also now recently IIT Mumbai has documented along with Cambridge University that land has started sinking. 11 से 17 centimeter हर साल land has been sinking. Now that really affects our built environment. हर foundation को affect होगा. So that's where we are coming from, right, where we want to synthesize it, that how it percolates to different angles. What is the reverse engineering that we can do to correct the systems? And hence focusing on the carbon, the resilience, circularity, water, biodiversity, health, equity, and access. Not going into the what World Green Building Council is saying, but just saying ki for the businesses, it is so important that we look at the durability, resilience, environmental impact, circular economy and safety, not just the businesses, the factories, and the construction of the built environment, because built environment is contributing 30 to 40% of all the damages that we're talking about. So this is how it percolates down in terms of architectural and physical environment optimization, sustainable urbanism and building energy, and green building design and resilient cities. Sustainability, still questioning whether is it a viable business case or not. I feel it is very viable. Agar मैं companies की बात करूँ तो now if you go to the any finance website, you will have to, if you are a publicly listed company, आपको अपना ESG rating डालना होगा. That's how you attract investors as well. That's again a micro perspective. Macro देखेंगे तो again it goes multi-larger. Now we are thinking about whether the cities will survive or not. Indonesia has recently moved its capital from Jakarta to a different place because the city is going to sink. Goa, Mumbai, all these cities, we've been looking at how coastal cities are getting so much of flood. So these were certain policies which were introduced, how to ensure that the built environment is more viable, is more in complete alignment with the sustainability goals of a nation, and hence multiple ratings came, Griha, LEED, GEM, EDGE, and IGBC. There's another bunch of codes that you can find in National Building Code of India. So Smart Cities mission is again striving towards it, saying how should a healthy city be sustained? What should be the parameters? What should they talk about, think about? When we come to financing options, I completely agree with Mr. Srivastava when he was trying to point that there's no financing available. So all the talks are just going to limit there because it will not convert into implementation. But I again feel that it's the poor governance mechanism which is preventing the financing to come at the implementation stage, because it is there. It is being committed. Again, recently COP28, we heard the commitment of over $50 billion by the various nations to the developing countries. But another couple of options which have been existing in India and have been practiced time and now is green bonds. MNRE is offering a lot of incentives and subsidies. Similarly, a lot of state governments, because water becomes a state subject, and again the waste as for that matter, were offering a lot of subsidies and incentives. And then there have been a lot of private initiatives which were seen in Africa and different parts of our country as well, that you know how private sector initiatives came forth subsidizing and incentivizing growth, and now again they're talking about social impact bonds and so many others. With respect to the stakeholder management, it has been about community engagement. It has been about, you know, getting the supply chain. Sustainability standalone nahi chalega. It has to be infused in every thought process that we practice, every structure that we create, every business that we do. It has to use a lot of technology. It has to be very, very adaptive, क्योंकि कोई भी set tool cannot be so confined saying that this is perfect, you know, this framework is perfect and I can subscribe to GRI or BRSR or LEED as for that matter. It has to be constantly adaptive, saying what is the need of the area. Is my home somewhere in a semi-arid region or the coastal region? That will completely change the dynamics. So hence, technological interventions are very, very important to keep it very, very transparent and relevant to different communities and sections. So I would go down looking into sustainable development goals, because all of them are applicable, all of them are interconnected, and it has been proven economically, scientifically, socially. So all has been proven. There is enough literature about it. Happy to share more if anybody is interested. But how we as an organization look into it is that one size fit all approach is not going to work. It has to be a very, very customized hyper-local solution. It has to have like the human touch to it, because we need to understand the nature of the problem, the geography differences. It is designed the socioeconomic behaviors and the native ecology, which is very, very important when we have been talking about the forestry, when we've been talking about the biodiversity, because that's very localized. This morning, only just sitting here, I realized I read a news saying one tiger has entered the Aravali Hills. Now, how is that going to change the entire way that we look about it? Because the local communities are really going to be threatened. So how we say the Gurujal way has been again looking at the hyper-local solutions, the community mobilization, because community is going to be a very, very important stakeholders in everything. There has to be a local adaptability to whatever solutions that we are proposing, and then there has to be a bolster governance system to achieve the sustainability and scalability of any initiatives. And that is where we have been highlighting the issues, that the policies exist, but they fail to implement on the ground because supportive supervision nahi hai. So how can we as different organizations bring in, or like GEM as a portal, or ASSOCHAM as a congregation, and like so many other likes can bring across these voids and, you know, develop it. That's how industry has been doing it all the way long. They have been pushing the government to bring up more policies, more guidelines, more better, you know, tools and frameworks to deliver what government has been asking for. And that's where, you know, you can look into now, again, like a bunch of another financing options coming up, green credit, water and carbon offset projects. You know, there's so many mainstream government-aligned projects, which is like Green Wall, Amrit Sarovar, Atal Bhujal, improving the ESG rating. So that's where collaboration is more and more important, because again, that's the goal 17 of the SDGs, which says partnership for sustainable goals, and it's incredibly important. So that's where I end, sir. I hope I have done it within time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. One good example of sustainability, and a moderator of a session can be taken as an enforcer of the policies laid down by the conference organizers. Thank you very much. I would take a couple of questions from the audience. Yeah, Ashok ji, आपने पहले भी हाथ खड़ा किया था. If somebody can please pass a mic. Please identify yourself and a very brief question, and please also let us know to whom the question is addressed.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम अशोक गोयल है, मैं आर्किटेक्चर का विद्यार्थी हूँ। ब्यूरो ऑफ एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी काफ़ी समय से आर्किटेक्ट्स को ट्रेन कर रही है ईसीबीसी को लेकर। 3 साल पहले मैंने भी एसपीए में एक वर्कशॉप अटेंड की थी, 5 दिन की। ग्रुप ऑफ आर्किटेक्ट्स को हमें ट्रेन किया गया था, बताया गया था कैसे एनर्जी एफिशिएंट बिल्डिंग्स को बना सकते हैं। वहाँ पर भी मैंने यही शंका जाहिर की थी कि आप कह रहे हैं कि ये वाला डोर सेक्शन, ये वाला विंडो सेक्शन, ये वाले तरीके का ग्लास पैनल, ये वाले तरीके की दीवार अगर आप बनाएंगे, इसका ये म्यू फैक्टर है, ये इसका सर्टिफिकेशन है, तो एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी में आप कुछ हासिल कर पाएंगे। एनर्जी लॉस नहीं होंगे, कूलिंग लॉस नहीं होंगे, हीटिंग लॉस नहीं होंगे। वहाँ भी मेरा उनसे यही सवाल था। मैं जो पैनलिस्ट बैठे हैं, कोई भी उसका जवाब देना चाहे, मैं उनसे पूछना चाहूँगा, हमें लोगों को बताने की जरूरत नहीं है, आर्किटेक्ट्स को बताने की जरूरत नहीं है। अब एलईडी बल्ब है, आज जनता फ्लैट में भी एलईडी बल्ब लगा हुआ है, वो पीला टंगस्टन वाली पीली बत्ती खत्म हो गई। हमें किसी को अवेयर करने की जरूरत नहीं है, उसको मालूम है, एंड यूजर को मालूम है कि भाई ये 9 वाट का बल्ब उतनी रोशनी देगा जितना 200 वाट का पीली बत्ती वाला बल्ब देता है।
जी,
वही बात इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स की है। इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स में जिस बैटरी में आप ऊर्जा भर रहे हो, वो कहां से भर रहे हो? वही कन्वेंशनल तरीके से जो आपने बिजली बनाई, उसको फिर इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स में भर दिया। तो संजीव सर का जो शंका थी, उनकी वो बात सही है। आप 3%, 5% एफएआर से क्या भला होगा? अरे उस एफएआर के भी तो मेरे से पैसे ले रहे हो। तो एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी की अगर आप बात करते हो, सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करते हो, तो आपको ईमानदारी बरतनी पड़ेगी। कोई भी चाहे इसका जवाब दे कि 3%, 5% एफएआर से, और बहुत कम लोगों को मालूम है। ईसीबीसी का कंप्लायंस बहुत जरूरी हो गया नॉन कमर्शियल, नॉन इंडस्ट्रियल बिल्डिंग में।
जी,
लगभग सारे देश में कानून लागू हो गया और हो जाएगा कि हर रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग को ईसीबीसी कंप्लायंस होना जरूरी है। अब ये किस पे लागू होगा? जिसका नक्शा पास होगा। जो नक्शे पास ही नहीं हो रहे 90% बिल्डिंग में, वहां ईसीबीसी कैसे लागू कराओगे? थैंक यू।
तो यू वुड लाइक टू रिस्पॉन्ड वेरी क्विकली।
आपने आर्किटेक्चर की बात बोली ना सर, मैं 2 एस्पेक्ट बताता हूँ आपके क्वेश्चन का। कि आर्किटेक्चर लोग, सॉरी सर, क्या करते हैं, बिकॉज बिल्डर का प्रेशर होता है कि मेरे को 1 इंच जगह नहीं छोड़ना है। ऐसी बिल्डिंग है जिसमें हवा, पानी टावर के अंदर नहीं है, तो हम लोग सर एक कोशिश करते हैं व्हेन वी डिज़ाइन की कम से कम लाइट जलाना पड़े। बल्ब वाला भी बल्ब ना जलाना पड़े, जो आप मेंशन कर रहे थे, कम से कम जलाना पड़े। नहीं तो इन्फेरिबली देखिएगा, सबसे ज़्यादा ये होता है किचन, अंधेरा रहता है, बिना लाइट जाए किचन में नहीं जा सकते। टॉयलेट इतना अंधेरा रहता है, जा नहीं सकते। तो मेरे ख्याल में आर्किटेक्ट लोग को ना सर बिल्डर की बात नहीं माननी चाहिए। आप इन्वायरमेंट के साथ इंजस्टिस कर रहे हैं, डोंट गो अंडर, कोई प्रेशर में आना नहीं चाहिए। सो एक शुरुआत है। तो लाइट अगर कम जलेगा घर में, सोचिए कितने घर ऐसे हैं। सेकेंडली सर क्या है ना, ट्रेंड क्या है ना, वेदर एंजॉय नहीं करते हैं। तो मैं बहुत बड़ा पक्षधर हूं, लेट अस बिल्ड बिगर बालकनीज, लेट पीपल गो आउट। वो घर बंद करके पर्दा खींच के लाइट जला के फिर टीवी देख रहे होते हैं।
आई थिंक आपको मिल गया आपके प्रश्न का उत्तर।
और लास्टली सर, बच्चों को सिखाया जाए, घर से ऑफिस से जाएं लाइट बंद करके जाएं, टॉयलेट से निकले तो लाइट बंद करके जाएं। मैं तारीफ की बात नहीं करता हूं, मैं तो
एक और क्वेश्चन, अगर हमारे पास जस्ट इतना ही समय है जी, अगर एक माइक यहां पर प्लीज दे दें। प्लीज आइडेंटिफाई योरसेल्फ।
माय नेम इज मुकुल गोयल, आई एम अ सिविल इंजीनियर एंड आई वर्कड इन रियल एस्टेट इंडस्ट्री आल्सो। आई फील वन ऑफ द रीजंस the cost of sustainability or the funds are not just available because so much of fund goes in the land and the FAR only. And this whole issue of land banking, I think, is a killer, because that land which is available at peanuts is taken up by builders or the land bankers, if you will, and the price of the development is skyrocketed. So where is the landowner in this entire sustainability value chain? Could we not enable the landowner to build rather than go to land bankers, quote unquote?
I think it's an open question to somebody, but जैसा कि संजीव जी ने पहले भी बोला कि जो स्टेक होल्डर है, जो एंड यूजर है, उसके पास बहुत ज़्यादा ऑप्शन नहीं है। उसको ये मालूम है कि मुझे सस्ते से सस्ता मकान कैसे चाहिए. So maybe opening this entire story up to the the stakeholders to start building on their own perhaps could be answered on a different platform. मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ पर we may not find a direct answer to that question.
I would like to answer that.
I'll just add one thing, especially for industrial purposes. If you see that in our state, lot of industrial area has been identified and their land has been acquired because in our state that CNT Act is there, so open lands are very less. So especially for industrial purposes, land has been acquired, it is being developed, then it has been auctioned. So auction for different size of the plot for different type of industry. So I think especially for industry there are some solution, but for housing, yes, housing board is there, but it's a different thing. But yes, there is solution for industrial development, and I think that is there.
Last response, you said you wanted to say something.
In fact, I just wanted to confirm the question. So are you suggesting that there should be land pooling and we should promote the joint venture instead of somebody else purchasing the bulk land and then launching the price at a higher?
बट गोयल साहब ये कैसे सॉल्व होगा जो आप सस्टेनेबल एनवायरनमेंट कैसे आएगा? वो सब हो चुका है, हर स्टेट में हो गया लैंड सीलिंग. तो अब देखिए ना, लैंड एक प्राइवेट डेवलपर को सरकार लैंड नहीं देगी, आपको अपने मार्केट कंडीशन पे लैंड खरीदना पड़ेगा अगर आपको काम करना है. तो हमारा काम शुरू होता है सस्टेनेबिलिटी का आफ्टर वी एंटर इनटू लैंड. उसके पहले हमारा कोई कंट्रोल नहीं.
The project itself is this thing. So with that, I think I will conclude this session. Sorry, sir, we are totally out of time. A big round of applause for my panelists here. And thank you very much for being such a patient audience. I will hand it over to the lady here, please.
Do you want to take the papers? We have had a wonderful session. A big round of applause for our eminent speakers and moderator of the session. May I now request Architect Sudhir Balakrishnan, Chairman GEM Kerala and Chief Architect, Architects, to present the token of gratitude to our speakers. Shri Pranav Sinha, AGM Small Industries Development Bank of India. Shri Ravi Chaudhary, Head Technical Construction Finance, Green Value Partner, IIFL Home Finance Limited. Architect Arun Kumar, Chairman GEM Jharkhand and Principal Architect, The Creators, Ranchi. Architect Naveen Sharma, Chairman GEM Chhattisgarh and Principal Architect Naveen Sharma and Associates. Shri Sanjeev Srivastav, Managing Director, ASSOCHAM Limited. Ms. Shubhi Kesarwani, Founder and CEO, Gurujal, Gurugram. Shri Rajiv Kaul, Senior Project Analyst, KPT Piping System Private Limited. And to our moderator of the session, Architect Puneet Sethi, Principal Architect, IAD Studio. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We thank all our panelists for taking your time out and joining us here. We would request you to kindly join for a group picture. Group picture, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be resuming the sessions post-lunch. The lunch is served right outside the hall, and we will be starting after 30 minutes. And I would also request that we have wonderful exposition outside on building material solutions, so we would request you to kindly visit that also. I again request, we have wonderful exposition outside on building material solutions. We would request you to please visit that. Thank you. Want to kindly take their seats. We are starting up our session.
Preferred choice of top consultants.
This session is going to be on the theme resource conservation and circular economy for built infrastructure. I would request all our guests and delegates who are outside having their lunch to kindly join us here inside the hall. We are starting up our last session. This session is going to be on resource conservation and circular economy for built infrastructure. May I now request our moderator and our eminent speakers to kindly join us here on the dais. I would request our moderator, Architect Leena Kumar, Chairperson, GEM Karnataka, and Principal Architect and Partner, Kumar Consultants, to kindly join us here. With our speakers, Architect Sudhir Balakrishnan, Chairman, GEM Kerala, and Chief Architect, Architects Shri Satyajit Rajan, Additional CEO, IAS retired and former Additional Chief Secretary, KIIFB. Architect Bindi Swalapurkar, Co-Chairperson, GEM Karnataka, and founding partner and architect. Dr. Sudipti Arora, Research Scientist and Assistant Director, Dr. B. Lal Institute of Biotechnology, Jaipur. Shri Ajay Kumar Mohanty, Co-founder A4Con Services Private Limited. Shri Samir Saxena, founding member, GACs and real estate service leader, India Region, Marsh and McLennan Companies. Shri Sanjay Reddy, Senior Vice President, Shakti Horman Private Limited. Shri Sanjay Vashne, CEO, Signature Global. And we have our coordinator of the session, Mr. Shubhabrata Rath, to kindly join us here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Master of the Ceremony. Good afternoon once again. So this is the session, the last sessions, and the session after lunch. So we'll try to be precise here. We'll try to wrap up everything that these 2 days witnessed so far in terms of something called resource conservation and circular economy, because whatever we discussed last 2 days, it will translate somewhere down the line to a circular economy, otherwise it will collapse, that's people say. And we will try to find out through these sessions, through our eminent speakers, how much it is true and what are the different aspects of it. And before handing it to our moderator of the sessions, I would like to welcome Sri Sanjay Reddy ji to give a product presentation on something which is related to the circular economy itself regarding Shakti Horman Private Limited. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon to the chair, ladies and gentlemen. Well, my name is Sanjay and I represent brand Shakti Horman. We're based out of Hyderabad. We are a global entity, actually headquartered in Germany. We do have our manufacturing unit in Hyderabad. We have a second one coming up in Jaipur. We are in the business of passive fire protection, which is basically in terms of metal doors. We also do a plethora of other things, which we will kind of take you through. We talk about an open experience because, I mean, that's what opens up. I mean, when you open the door, you're opening up into various experiences. So this is where we are coming from. So I'll start through. As a brand, we are highly committed to the carbon footprint. On the plant that we have it in Hyderabad, it's a 25-acre plant. We have our own solar feed, which goes to the grid, and we use 50% of our power off that. We don't generate any sludge or waste, so that way we are already meeting sustainable norms. We're very, very high on CSR. Horman as a brand is 80 years old. Everywhere where we have our units, we adopt the village around it or the locality around it. So we believe that we need to give back. We need to give back to society. So we are located in Hyderabad at Gagalipur. So this is what we do in terms of education, in terms of activity, in terms of green, in terms of street lights, food and clean water. So we've been doing this through our entire journey. Now, in terms of our legacy, we're based out of Europe. We're 85 years young, I would say, 30 in India. That's our commitment that we are. We have 35 units across the globe, 80 sales subsidiaries, over 6,000 people, 25 million doors delivered. Presence in India, we are located out of Hyderabad. We have a plant coming up in Jaipur, which is again a greenfield project that should be delivered by April, May. The one that you see on the left is our plant at Hyderabad, which is already commissioned and running for the last 30 years. Then we have this on the right, which is the Jaipur plant, again, which is a greenfield plant. Building 1 on the left is already done. The structure on the right is coming up. So here we're going to be getting into wooden doors with metal frames, so that we are closer towards markets of consumption towards the north and the east. What do? We get into the residential segment. We deal with commercial and industrial. So these are the segments that we function in. In commercial, we can get into shopping malls, hospitals, hotels. I mean, the limitations are unlimited, I would say. Industrial goes the same way. Residential, yes, we can be everywhere from gated apartments to villas to apartments. Commercial in terms of buildings, in terms of malls, health, airports and metros. Industrial, factories, pharma, warehousing, we've already been there. This is something that we are very, very clear about. We're very, very high on certification, and we are the only brand pan-India who got an ISI certification. So we are very, very clear with this. We are IGBC rated, we are platinum rated. So the entire plant, the entire facility, the entire processes, ecosystems have been taken care right from day one. So these are some of our products that we use. I'll kind of skip through it. It could be a little boring, but basically this is what it is. I mean, commercial doors. We've developed this a door in a box for a residential system where these are pre-fixed sizes and colors where you could come in and you could pick it on the fly. Otherwise, your fire doors are made to order. So we also deal with glazed doors. I mean, basically, these are again fire certified. We find off lately internal structures, the walls are going, there's a lot of glass coming in. With a lot of these big international companies coming in, they're looking for high levels of certification. I mean, security in terms of the number of minutes that can hold a fire, because as I said, we are in passive fire protection. We are not in active fire protection, which is basically, we are not an extinguisher. We contain it, we compartmentalize it, so that's what we do. So this is something which we have on our commercial doors. These are residential doors that we have. We're getting into wooden, as I said, in our Jaipur plant, which is coming up right now. Trials will be in Feb. Production should go live in the month of April. These are industrial products that we have. We have doors, we have dock shelters, so we have high-speed doors. So, I mean, we have solutions right through. When you come to product portfolio and perimeter protection, and this is something that we are actively investing in terms of bollards and road blockers, tire killers and boom barriers. I think with gated communities coming in, there's a big opportunity here that we see. Now, if you look at this, this is where we can be. We can be all over you. I mean, we give you a solution as a one-stop solution, so you don't have to say, where do I get a rolling shutter from, or where do I get a dock from, or where do I get a fire-rated shutter from. So we give you a solution which is in total. right? Well, that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sanjay, for that. Before we begin, let me say we are talking on the topic of resource conservation and circular economy. Circular economy really is nothing new. That's the way of nature, and that's how we've always been. But somewhere along the line, we lost track, and we went into a linear economy. I suppose when the wealthy became wealthier, the only way to show that they were wealthy is, to say we use, and then we throw and we buy again, and that's how rich we are. But life comes a full circle, as it always does for everybody, and you begin from where you left off. We have a wonderful panel this afternoon from diverse backgrounds, so we are really going to have ideas and points of view from different perspectives. Thank you, Sanjay, for that. You're dealing with doors, and architecturally, doors are a very important element, because the first thing you do when you enter any building really is you see a door.
True.
And a door is what segregates spaces, it provides security, it provides safety, it provides fire protection, like you said.
True.
And when you demolish and reconstruct or anything that you do, doors is one element that can always be reused.
True.
So instead of it being discarded and being sent to waste. So as a policy, as a philosophy, is there a change in your corporate outlook where you can look at perhaps recycling doors or maybe rebuying doors, your own doors, from people who've used it? So
Yes.
you can do something more to it, you can resell it, you can have an economical advantage to it, to people who give it back to you and then want to buy another one. So how are you looking at doors so you can contribute to the circular economy?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be sounding too much in the face, but as I said, we've been 3 decades down here. I've seen installations which have been more than 25 years old, and the door is still there. I mean, they haven't made changes since we use metal. The challenge could come because there is an infill material, and this door is certified for fire rating. I mean, be it 60, be it 90 or 120 minutes. It's not that it's going to diminish because the infill is there. Yes, we could take it back, but we haven't got a request so far. Yes, there have been changes where people have changed the set of doors. Let's say they've changed the door into something else, maybe into a rolling shutter or a high-speed door. But they have taken the same door and they've reused it within their own system. We haven't really got it back, but yes, I mean, we would be open to it because we can definitely take it back. I don't see any reason why we can't take it back. We do have it in place that there are a few pharma companies who have given it back to us, and we have looked at it and we recycled it. But we've done it more on a case-to-case basis. That's the way we've looked at it, but we're open to it.
Yeah. Perhaps there could be a policy,
yes,
where you take back doors and you can give a...
Yes, I think it will come now because, I mean, we're getting into wooden doors with metal frames. So it will come because the frequency of change is going to be higher because it's going into the residential segment. So there could be a policy which will have to be initiated because you're going to have it coming back. I mean, people would want change after some point of time. So yes, we will look at it. And since we are very environment conscious, we will have it in place for sure.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll start with showing you a very small slide, since we're talking about doors and recirculation of demolishing project that we did. So maybe you can put that on. Today life cycles of buildings are becoming shorter and shorter. So I started my career really with in 1985 when I just finished college, and Holiday Inn had just put up its construction and I was involved with the interiors. It later became Meridian Hotel and I did all the interiors. Next slide, please. So this is the hotel that was there, Lee Meridian on Sankey Road in Bangalore. It began in 1985 and it was demolished in the year 2023. It took 9 months to demolish, and these are some of the interior pictures. We had done this coffee shop where we assembled it outside. It had about 1,200 pieces. We brought it back inside, and we disassembled it again when we demolished it. Next, please. So these are just pictures of what it was. And next one, please. So this is the picture of what it was when it demolished. So the demolishing cycle was very methodically done. Everything was reused. The demolishing contractor, he took all the electrical cables out. He removed aluminum from it. He removed the copper from it. When the concrete was broken, it was, of course, he used hammer drills, but the steel was removed. Every single thing in this project was sold and reused, except for plaster, that they couldn't do anything. Even concrete was broken into bits, and it was sold as filling material. So as life cycles of buildings change, because the FAR of this, the land from, it was a 2.5 lakh square feet building on a 4 acre site. So the FAR went up, it got demolished. And this is one way of reuse. It's one way of a circular economy where everything was sold. It's possible. And fortunately, it was in a residential area, so you couldn't really blast it. It was all hand done, which made it even easier to remove every bit and resell it. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is how it was done. You know, everything methodical, false ceilings was taken out, even the gypsum board panels were reused, wires, doors, grills, plywood, everything was done. Next one, please. Okay, thank you. So that's a little bit about what can be done for a circular economy. We'll move on to our first panelist, Sudhir Balakrishnan. Sudhir is an architect from Kerala. That's really God's own country. I think we have two from Kerala, and it really is God's own country. I think it's one of the best states that I like. So, Sudhir, can you tell us, in Kerala, the traditional building material has been wood and terracotta. As times have gone on, in the architectural mindset, have architects really moved on to using wood in other ways, like using plantation wood, or using different technologies available, like CLT, you have GLT, and they can all be wonderful substitutes for wood, or even in technology of using wood and steel. So do you see a change in mindset of that? The other thing I'd like to ask you also is, if you don't, is it possible for architects to become activists, where you propagate a certain way of thinking, a certain methodology of construction, and also continue your practice? Over to you, Sudhir.
Thank you, ma'am. It's all about talking about circular economy, and the difference between linear and circular is halfway between make, use, and forget. And from the use, it comes back to all this reuse, refuse, and refurbish, and again use. So that is a circular thing that the theory has come like maybe 10 years back. So people started thinking about midway between green revolution, talking about circular economy on the theory of reusing and refusing and refurbishing. So this is where it comes in picture. So your question of using wood is a real tricky question, because in Kerala, we used to have only very traditional way of building houses. The times have changed. We used to have houses, then big houses, and of course, we had the palaces. And all these were used by bricks, mud bricks, laterite, lime plaster, and wood, and maybe thatch in the beginning, coconut thatch, and later it became terracotta tiles, and also copper sheet on the roof of the temples. Looking at the construction of temples, you know, all these houses which we are talking about, maybe the the oldest house could be around 400 years old, but the temples are all 1,200 years old, still standing. It's basically because of the material palette. They've used a copper sheet on top, which will last forever, centuries after centuries. And the wood they have procured is a peculiar kind of wood, that's specially treated wood. And we are now doing a research on this traditional wisdom. The government of India is now trying out to come up with the traditional wisdom, reinventing the traditional wisdom which is forgotten. Earlier they were used to have one particular leaf of the plant which used to be taken for instead of sandpaper. So that was the kind of green technology our tradition was they were using. And entire thing, whatever you talk about green or sustainable or circular or any economy or any building practices, it's all there in the tradition itself. We have to learn, really relearn our traditional system, then only we can come back to the circular economy, theory of circular economy, which is being fed now from the West to us. But the entire thing is again, it was our own. We can stand and stand up in pride and boast to the world that we were circular economy, we were green. Now the question of your reusing or recycling of timber and terracotta and all these materials which have been taken out from the building as a circular economy. There are a couple of architecture practices which are using, and there are a couple of resorts that have come up, reutilizing all this ancient craft and traditional wooden craft, because it's very difficult to make now, even with the new age CNC machines and carving machines. We are not able to produce that kind of carving. So people are trying to, there's a market in Karaikudi in Tamil Nadu where all these palaces have been demolished and all these things are for sale. All your staircases, wooden staircases, all your chandeliers, all your things are available, and people are buying in bulk, going there and placing it in their houses or resorts or somewhere. All these resorts what you see on the backwaters of Kerala and mostly in Tamil Nadu area have been with all these recycled materials. But now, apart from those usage, now times have changed, the building typology has changed. From small spans, it has gone to bigger spans like 12 meters, 15 meters spans of shopping malls, IT centers. Now, utilizing this material with wood, the basic handicap was the span. Now, with the new technology, people don't really utilize it, but of course there are practices who utilizes with wood is replaced with timber. Timber is utilized with iron truss is being used, and wood cladding has been done, and terracotta tiles have been placed on top of it. So it makes it sensible in that sense, to cover large spans.
Yeah, so what I was asking is, is architectural practice in Kerala beginning to use alternative timber like CLT or, they all cross-laminated. So it doesn't really have to be teak wood?
No, people are using it. I've seen a couple of resorts. Even I've used it in my own house when I made my house recently. But it was all certified reforested timber. But none of this timber is available and made in India. Everything is coming from either China or from Canada or some part of US or Brazil. So it doesn't make any sense, talking about economy and green, transporting all these materials from 5,000 or 8,000 kilometers away, and it is certified reforested there, not in your place. So local available material is the fundamentals of circular economy. So it doesn't make much of sense, but of course this timber is again not much reusable. But teak wood is reusable even after any century, like it is reusable. That particular oil inside that timber, it is quite usable again and again. But in that matter, I prefer, on the way of doing this, the government buildings should come up with a practice. Of course, Sajid ji sir is here. He is the biggest builder in Kerala. So maybe Kerala government or government of India can come up with a policy on circular economy. Then it would help in all of us do it during the construction process itself. The construction process, the construction and the demolition waste itself is a big problem. The concrete waste is a big problem. The pile breakage is a problem. All these issues, the cut waste of the rebar is a problem. So why do you want to use the fresh TMT bars every time? You can always use the rebar which was demolished from your hotel. So a certain percentage of it. Earlier people used to have bamboo reeds instead of concrete reinforcement. Now we are talking about the strength of the steel as we gathered from the advertisement. So it's all fed into our mind, the kind of material system where it has to be a new age architecture. So I think it can be changed with some policy from the government, and also maybe some incentive based system wherein you use this system of construction by government itself and showing example. For example, we have the helmet, but no one wears a helmet even if it is for your own safety. But if there is a fine, you tend to wear it. Same with the seat belt, Same thing like for the construction, if there is some system to be followed by the government of India, then I think it is a more intuitive way of taking this building practices and make our planet green. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sudhir. So from there, really, we have food for thought on one item. What Sudhir was saying is he has used plantation wood in some projects, but most of the plantation woods come from outside our country. They come from Canada, they come from America, they come from Africa, but not really within our country. So is that really certified as green, as a circular economy for us? Although it comes into our country at a lesser price than buying teak wood, it also saves our forests because we don't cut anymore. And this is all plantation wood, so there's a system of growing it, there's a system of cutting it, and there's a system of regrowing it. So it's not wood from the forests. So on one hand, it comes from outside the country, which means transport is high and it has its own carbon footprint. But on the other hand, it saves us from deforestation, it saves us from using our own teak wood. And for some reason, India has not started plantation forests as yet. Perhaps this would be a good time to start it. But that's food for thought. Maybe it can be open for discussion later on the pros and cons of it. We'll move on to our next panelist, Bindi Saulapurkar, also an architect from Bangalore. She's been practicing there for many years now. And Bindi, what I would like to ask you is, what do you think are the issues that your practice has run into while trying to adapt a circular economy? And also, design is the starting point of any project. Can an architect make the process sustainable?
Good afternoon. As architects and engineers, I believe we are at the top of construction industry pyramid, and we shoulder the responsibility of initiating a positive change. And we should be the change which we see in the society, wish to see in the society. That is what Mahatma Gandhi said. And of course, charity begins at home. So first place to create and showcase the change is to implement principles of sustainability, recycle and reuse in your own projects. So we have tried this novel experiment while designing a resort project at Belgaum, North Karnataka. And before I start, let me tell you the story of this. As such, it is not a project to start with, but it ended with a project. I often go to Belgaum, and we few friends were walking outskirts of Belgaum city, and there we saw lots of stone quarries, and environment was absolutely plundered. And after a 1 week's brainstorm, we decided that we must do something for this environment, and we should take a pledge to do anything with 3R. So it started with that, and my friend who purchased 8 acres of land, and that is a starting point. This is how it was looking. Amazing part of this project was it was an abandoned stone quarry, and now it is transformed into the lush green avatar, offering employment to the locals and solace to the people seeking from the break from the routine. This site was unsightly. These are the aerial view of the barren stone quarries in Belgaum. And we started with a 3 vows. That was our design objective, to reduce the exploitation of natural resources, reducing waste generation, and avoiding landfills dependency. Entire infrastructure is built on 100% recycled local materials like old used wood, scrap material from fabrication industry, waste burnt from the foundry workshop in the region. Not even a single cubic feet of new wood has been brought for this purpose. Wood and stone utilized here are covered with from the old buildings in Belgaum. We literally went to the town and searched for the recycled material. Pathways are created with the waste pieces of granite and local Khanapur stones. And in the region, 50% of the built area is actually covered, renovated, modified, pre-existing stone cluster infrastructure which was abandoned from 20 years. All cottages were constructed with a local labor, gathering wood, stone, bricks, salvage from old houses in Belgaum city, which were under demolition over 2 years. And today, this is the place, 2 floors, ground floor and first floor, independently used. What I want to tell you here is achieving a new aesthetic through sustainability. Recycling does not have to be poor, and sustainability does not have to sacrifice comfort. We have full resort has been done with a water conservation. The check dam were built to created a deep water pond fed by tall 80-feet walls, providing water for the pools and all what needed for the resort. Maximizing water harvesting regenerated the flora and fauna ecosystem. This is a swimming pool. Check dam overflows allow water bodies around the resort, making lush landscape and creating a water surplus and moisturized soil. During the initial stage, it was a stone quarry. Site had negligible soil cover, no layer of humus, less than 2% area under vegetation cover, destroyed water flows and habitat. So this is a view pic of that resort. And this is a beautiful green landscape and water, 2 elements that create an intrinsic magic when brought together in harmony. It's literally an affair with nature. I invite all of you to visit here whenever you are in Belgaum. And construction industry, we have a linear movement, source, refine, produce, sell, use, and it goes to landfill. But here, we stop at use, and the circular economy comes in picture. We maintain, we reuse, we refurbish, and we recycle. I think everyone is trying to do that, but the challenge is a scale up. We all should use up our minds. How do we scale up? And I conclude with resource conservation that this success of this project opens a possibility in a larger context of building sustainable infrastructure for the shelter, And it goes to confirm that it is possible to create a habitat and communities from a salvaged material and construction waste, which we otherwise send to landfills. Wood is often salvaged in a good conditions and offers itself for a complete reuse for a long cycles. Every time this material of value is disposed into landfills, we deprive a family of an affordable shelter. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bindi. So you have shown how an architect, as the beginning, the focal point of a design, can really buy into and propagate and encourage resource conservation and the circular economy. Thank you, Bindi. We'll move on to our third panelist, Mr. Satyajit Ranjan. He's the additional COA of the Kerala Infrastructure Investment Fund Board, and I think you've got the HUDCO Best Performance Award also. Representing the government, I think you have the greatest influence on the nation, how it grows. I would really want to ask you, two questions, actually three. To conclude, if you can also... Yes. So, can I ask you one question? That is, even before, one is, you represent the government, so I'm just an ordinary citizen. Now, the government makes policies, and I would presume the policies are based on also what the citizen asks for, or is it only based on what you feel the country needs? But I think it's very interrelated. So if a citizen really wishes for something, let's say an architect wants certain policies to be done, what would you expect from the citizen to really push it or to bring forth to you the importance of it? I mean, is it numbers? Is it ideas? Is it activism? What is it that really the government reacts to from a citizen? I'll tell you where I'm coming from also. We have a corporator from where we are staying, and he has once told us, he said, if citizens want something, you've got to ask for it. If you don't ask for it, why should we change? So that was a statement he made. So that's just one question to you that is apart from what you're going to show. I think we can start.
Yeah. So Kerala's journey involving the citizens starts from the land reforms movement way back in the 1950s and 60s, where each and every person who was working in the field, he was given the rights. And probably one of the very few states which involved citizens ensured that they get what their right was. Then comes, a right to education. Whether you call it a right or a duty, of course now it's a right, that time it used to be a duty. So in 1987-88, the Kerala went in for literacy movement, and that again was for involving all the citizens in the entire movement. There were 20 years old girls teaching their grandmothers in that movement, and Kerala ensured that in a very short time we were all fully literate. Then, the next thing came in the health sector. The health sector, again, similarly the next 10-15 years, the involvement of people, even the decision making we had hospital development committees, where the citizens' involvement, how the hospital should be run, that again was ensured. But more importantly than the community, when 73rd, 74th amendment in the constitution came, Karnataka was till that point of time ahead of Kerala in the implementation of decentralized planning and decentralized, polity. Karnataka was way ahead. But, we started, I was in the district then you know, 1996 to 99, these 3 years, Kasaragod and Kottayam district. So the amendment came sometime in 1993 or 94, and within next 5 years, we had a massive involvement of all the people in through the panchayats, 3 levels of panchayats, the block level, the state, district level, and the panchayat, the lowest local bodies. So, you know, that involvement again. Right now what Kerala needs, madam, is involvement of all the people in the waste management, so that the waste is used much better. The circular economy in that sense is very, very much applicable. It's a very dense population. It's a massive challenge which other places like Indore and many other, Surat and many other places in India have achieved much better. So I use this particular opportunity to invite the experts, all of you, you keep coming to Kerala from time to time. You have to give guidance to Kerala that how we catch up with the national, where nation has, some places have taken massive lead over us. And we would like, we are fighting, we are trying to work on it. We have a problem. The land bodies, water bodies, they just mix up. And then the population is too much. So that is the overall. But I am not into policy making right now, ma'am. I am not right now implementing. I am just one of the institutions of Government of Kerala, which is implementing infrastructure projects. And in those infrastructure projects, we are involving people. Would you believe the only place in India where we give so much of value to the contractors. The contractor, after having lunch, I went to my room to clear the bills of 3 contractors. Because they all have my WhatsApp number. I don't even know who the contractor is. He will just send a message that, sir, my bill has come to your table. That is on my laptop. So I just went and cleared and came back. So that is the kind of involvement of the people that Kerala looks at.
I think we can start his presentation, but I think that's brilliant. It's very different from what Karnataka is facing. We always have a problem that contractors' bills are not passed, and therefore our infrastructure also is quite a bit in shambles. But, so the questions, he will show your presentation, is whether the principle of the circular economy is embedded in the green building designs of the KIIFB, and also the role of the KIIFB in propagating green buildings in Kerala. So about your experience in adopting technologies for reuse of materials, for infra and other buildings.
So my third slide would talk about that, ma'am. So I'll just, it's basically KIFB and KIFCON, which is the consulting arm of KIFB, 100% owned. And KIFB, this particular thing, I think, much better explained. All of you are expert in this. I don't have to talk about it. And even if those who are not expert must have become expert by now. Now, KIFB is a body corporate under the statute, Kerala's statute, and basically, concept came outside the budget. Kerala has limited budget. 80–85% goes into payment of salaries and wages and all that. So we really needed this because infrastructure demand from the people was very high and the supply was not there. So the KIFB came in, and KIFB is raised almost 30,000 crore from the market. We have spent around 25,000 crore. We get from the government the taxes, the motor vehicle tax and the petrol cess. These, we get part of it from the government, and almost 2,500 crore every year. So that is the thing. We have maximum projects which we have in the public works, roads. Even in total 90,000 crore worth projects we have sanctioned. Then, KIFCON is into all buildings, transportation, energy, urban infrastructure, PPP. I will talk about 2 projects which are there.
urban sustainable land reconstitution, which project it be, when it comes up, the total project cost will be 15,000 crore plus. Right now, our estimates are 10,000 crore. This is one project where we would like to look this to be as much circular as possible. And this august body which has met, and I must thank ASSOCHAM's leadership for having organized. I have not been here throughout, I came only in the evening, but when I came, I found everybody was very attentively listening, and all the speakers were very, very, even late evening also speakers were purely, and they were also being requested to sort of become more and more dynamic. And so this is, those who know this city, you have, sorry, I'll just go back. Those who know this city, Marine Drive, you must be knowing, that's in Ernakulam, part of the city. So, and then Marine Drive ends up in this place, mangrove islands are there. So if you have seen mangrove islands in Cochin, that is the point I am saying. And if you have seen Hayat on the other side of the backwaters. So from here we will start, go the entire length of the backwaters, it will be roughly 20-25 kilometers. In that area, the government of Kerala has decided to do this project. KIFBI will finance it, and KIFCON will be the consultant for this project. So this is the project where, we are looking at international consultant, but if we have great consultants from India, then it would be really good that, we will involve them. So this is one project, and the second is, this is a small project. But Koalam, those who had read the Illustrated Weekly of India way back in 1976, that's the time when I read Khushwant Singh, and that's the first time when, after Kashmir and Goa perhaps, there was one tourist destination which was talked about, and that was Koalam. But Koalam as a tourist destination has fallen into bad times. It's not as good as we would like this to be. So this is one project which already RFP has been issued. It will be under the EPC. Under the EPC we have issued the RFP, and I think the last date for submission must be end of February. So those who would like to know, they can get the details from me. I would be very happy to provide you the details, because this project may be a small project, but this project, if you do it, that is basically for people who can contract it, because architectural support we have got, we have made a design, but then if it is a EPC project, the contractor will have his own architect, he will have his own team. So this is one thing which we would like to do. We have many other projects, if you ever come to Trivandrum, you do let me know. We will have detailed discussions about different projects where your involvement will make a difference to the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajan. So, like you said, you were developing this project from the Marine Drive through the backwaters and going through the mangroves and back again. I think it's going to be a great lesson in sustainability, because it goes through the backwaters, through the mangroves, and to Marine Drive, which is the heart of your city.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, if you that entire area, it's a very dense population, absolutely haphazard construction of buildings. So all that construction of building will go, and that will be, it will be designed into one of the most modern part of a city, or most, if you call it a city, one of the most modern cities. That's we, and a green modern city is what we are looking at, and circular, of course.
So I think Kerala is, somehow leading the way in this. We all know that we have the Muziris Kochi Biennale that happens once in every 2 years, which is the largest in Asia, the biggest in the country, and I think it's comparable to anything that's at an international level. I've been there every time there's a Biennale in Kochi. I have been there. It's absolutely brilliant. And what is so wonderful about it is that there's a whole area which is walkable, which has heritage buildings, which has old structures, which has open spaces, galleries, and all of it comes together to celebrate this Kochi Biennale. If any of you haven't gone there, I would suggest you go there. It is absolutely brilliant to see what art is being produced in our country, the thought process in it, and, pardon? Adaptive reuse, that's right. It's about adaptive reuse of all structures, of open spaces. And I do hope that this continues in the Kochi Muziris because, you know, the whole place lends itself to a Biennale like that, and it would be very sad if anything went down and some, you know, structures came up and it disturbed the whole balance of it.
Madam, our expert, Mr. Ajit, he is here. He may, Madam wanted to know from me, which I didn't know, and that's why she didn't ask me, but I can ask you. See, you know, that area, can a person reconstruct his own building, or in heritage area, what happens? If you can inform everybody that how we protect our heritage areas, then it will be good.
We have to get that permission from those heritage areas. The special sanction is to be acquired before construction. So we cannot have an haphazard development in those areas where you mentioned about this Muziris happens, about this Biennale happens. So you can be doubly sure that that serenity will be kept.
So ma'am, I will give an example. LAP, we are government, KIFBI has financed a bus stand with a 5-6 story building. Ma'am, 1.5 years we have been fighting. We haven't got the approval from the Art Commission. And they say this particular design is not correct, that design is not correct. So our architect and the architect of theirs, they keep fighting. What it should be the right thing.
I think that's what's wonderful about Kerala, because I know in Karnataka we started the Urban Arts Commission, I think about 20 years ago, where any building that came up in a heritage road had to go through a special sanction authority, which went into the aesthetics of the building and whether it fitted inside. But then the citizens did not, or perhaps not the citizens as much as the builders, they opposed it, and within 5 years it was lost. So Kerala, you still retained it, and I think you're really a brilliant state just for that. And I think that's what, do you still have it? Oh, well, that's right, your Urban Arts Commission. So is it strong?
They never allowed
so,
it to happen in this area, in the central area.
That, perhaps that's how it should all go. It didn't happen in Karnataka. So maybe we, also citizens who are living there were not aggressive enough, or perhaps didn't protest enough. But that's one way to go really to preserve what we have, you know, as a resource conservation, and also a certain identity that we need to have. And as Indians, really, architecturally, we hardly have. We just have a few buildings in between that represent who we are and the climate and our culture. But by and large, we're just building, you know, all kinds of buildings that perhaps have no relevance to place or space making or pride. And that has to change. I think Kerala leads the way for it, because one reason also why people like to go to Kerala is because it has such a strong sense of identity. You know, and its people, its culture, its building, its spaces. I don't know how you do it, but you do it. Perhaps it's got to do with citizens. We will move on to our next panelist, a scientist and a researcher, Dr. Sudipta Arora. So like I said, we have a varied set of panelists over here. And she's done extensive research in waste management, including wastewater generated from cities. Her research covers vermifiltration technology and other nature-based sanitation solutions. So it's all about conservation of water, reuse of water, and she's done extensive research on it. So over to you. Tell us what you've done, tell us how we can use it, and how we can scale this whole thing up, and also what do you do with the waste that you get?
Thank you so much for this opportunity and for this wonderful question. So I am Dr. Sudipti Arora, environmental research scientist, and I feel really happy and excited to be among all the architects, and all the entire room is filled with sustainable enthusiasts. That's what I call. We all are here for one reason, that is sustainability. Okay, so before I tell you what I do, I would just like to ask one question from all of you. How many of you eat food? Can you raise hand? Everybody, okay. Okay. Don't you eat food? Okay, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, we all need to move also because we are tired after lunch. This session sometimes seems to be a little, okay. But let me ask another question. How many of you compost your waste? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15. Okay, maximum 15, that's what I can see. So among 50 of us, 49.5 eat food, 1.5 might not, maybe because of some allergies or something. But we all eat food, but we don't compost our food waste or the wet waste. The thing is that we take fruits and vegetables from soil, use it, build energy out of it, consume our food, but when it comes to the end product, the end cycle, we are not following circular economy. And that's what I understood from the definition that Sir just explained about reuse and reuse. So we are only adopting the linear economy as an individual, but not following the circular economy. The fruits and vegetables that we eat comes from soil. Don't you think it's our duty to give back the waste back to the soil? But we don't do it. What we do is we just pack it in one bin, in one polythene, and throw it in the dustbin and simply wait for that municipality wale bhaiya to knock on our door and take our garbage bag. And it feels so satisfying and happy. Even just for 24 hours, we can't bear our waste. Seriously, it starts smelling so bad. And कल रात को मेरे 5-year-old boy से एक कांच का glass भी टूट गया था, which I also put in that bin. Of course, and the paper and the plastic and metal and glass, everything in just one bin. And we all do that. And then we just wait for that person to collect our waste, and that's it. We are so happy, not bothering about what happens the next day. Okay, can anybody tell me what happens to that waste, that packet of waste that we have just thrown in the dustbin? Can any one of you want to answer? It simply goes in the landfill. Everybody knows that.
No, not in Bangalore.
Not in Bangalore. Very
because
good.
It's collected and it's recomposed. It's made into compost. And there's quite a big movement for it.
Okay. I just want to know how many of you know how a khichdi is made. We mix dal and chawal and make khichdi. Apurva, can I ask you a question? After making khichdi for me, I ask you to please separate dal and chawal from this khichdi. Can you do that for me? Please, I insist. Please. With just 1% dal and chawal mixed, she can't segregate. And we expect any person on this earth to separate our wet waste and dry waste. Then wet waste will go into composting as scientifically and beautifully as it looks to be, and dry waste will go into recycling. I'm sorry, this is not possible. Nobody on this earth can separate the waste when we have mixed it. So if we expect that it happens, it doesn't. That polythene of our waste is intentionally kept at a street near municipality dustbin for 24, 48 and 72 hours. You know why? Because dogs and cats can come and eat the waste, and we can differentiate between a banana peel and a polythene, but a cow doesn't. So cow thinks that it is a food and eats, and we know the consequence. So that wet waste intentionally कम करने के लिए वहाँ रखा जाता है, and after that, the remaining waste goes into some transfer and recycling stations, and whatever possible can be recycled. I'm not sure, although at least in my city it doesn't happen. I should visit Kerala and Bangalore for that, and I will visit. But I have been to Indore, and Indore has done it. So if one city can do it, why not we? And it's not about we, it's about I. Firstly, we should think that I should do it. So it's a very simple one action that I propose today to all the sustainable enthusiasts, that at least we should start segregating our waste at the first step. The wet waste, which is 60-70% of your home waste, should not actually go into out of your home. Landfill में भेजने का cost बहुत ज़्यादा है सर. हम इतना एनर्जी नहीं अफोर्ड कर सकते. वी हैव टू बी कार्बन न्यूट्रल बाय 2070. मोदी जी का सपना है. सो वी कैन नॉट डू दैट. सो व्हाट वी कैन डू इज simply take a matka or any plastic dustbin with a hole and start composting. It is very, very easy. There are 100 YouTube videos on that. And the rest amount of waste will give you money if you just segregate it. You just keep it for 1 month. At least I do that. And I am earning a lot from my waste. So as an individual, if you are from any organization, if you are anywhere you work, you can simply follow this simple rule. Just start segregating. You will find your own ways. We are talking since 2 days about resource recovery, sustainability. You know what? Sustainability lies in some simple steps. Of course, we need innovation. We need those solutions from these architects that are coming. I'm really happy to hear that how a building is demolished, how we are doing constructions, and I'm so happy that we are going towards this. But at the same time, we also need to be here, doing simple things. And just at the end, I would just like to propose one approach that I feel may help us progress towards our 17 Sustainable Development Goals that we have to achieve in 7 years from now, and that is 3I approach. One is innovation. We need innovative technology. We cannot rely on the old systems. We cannot rely on SBR and MBBRs and sewage treatment plants, which are so energy taking. We cannot rely. I also happen to do a research on these treatment plants, and accidentally मुझे 11 AM पर सैंपल लेने जाना होता है, बट एक दिन एक्सीडेंटली मैं 9:30 AM पे चली गई थी बिकॉज ऑफ सम रीजंस. आई हैड टू अटेंड माय सन्स PTM एंड आई कुड नॉट टेक द सैंपल, एंड आई आस्क्ड दैट पर्सन दैट आज सैंपल क्यों नहीं दे रहे. मैम आप तो 11 बजे आते हो. तो आई सेड सो व्हाट मैम, हम 10:30 ऑन करते हैं. They just do that for 1 hour so that I can collect the sample and give them the reports. So the thing is that they're so costly and they're so energy intensive that they are not working, and we need new innovation technology. That is one I. Second is we need integration. Integration of everybody at one stage, and that's why I'm so happy to be here at this conference where I can see the policymaker, the government officials, NGOs, industrialists, consultants, academicians, researchers, everybody at one platform. So we need that integration. And thirdly, implementation. Now it's time that we have to, we have just 7 years left. The clock is ticking right away. And if we talk about sustainability, I'm sorry, but many of you won't be here till 2070. Seriously, that's a hard fact of life. But our younger generations will be there. So sustainability in real means thinking about them. And it's time that we should start taking actions now. Thank you.
Could you tell us a little bit about your research, about your waste treatment? Because you've used, I think, nature-based technologies to do it.
Thank you. Yeah. So actually, because I was told that I have just 6 minutes, I wanted to give that message. But yes, I am a research scientist. So while I was doing my research, I found that 18 STPs in Jaipur out of 18 are not working. And the only reason was that they are very energy intensive. We do not have money to pay electricity bill. Once government changes, policy changes, so all systems were ruined up. So at that moment, I realized that there must be some systems which are nature-based, which should not require a lot of energy. And that's how I happened to do my PhD from IIT Roorkee, where I worked on a technology which is called vermifiltration technology. So vermi means earthworms. We all know vermicomposting. We have been doing it from 60, 70 years. Here, I have made a filter which works on the principle of gravity, no energy required. You just need to feed your sewage into a filter where I have kept earthworms, and the sewage gets treated. Nothing else required, because earthworms have that beauty that they can treat the entire sewage on its own. So I have been, I've now got a patent on this, and I've tried it for domestic, hospital and institutional wastewater. Recently we have installed a vermifilter in one of the village in Rajasthan for hospital wastewater. So, and now we are trying it for different industrial. For textile, it is not working good, it is working good, but for dairy, no. So we are still doing a lot of research on that. But yes, that is one part of my research. The second thing is I'm also trying to do an integrated waste management approach. I just want to share very quickly one observation. So I happened to visit villages of Rajasthan. I was asked by my student that आप एक बार मेरे गाँव आओ, आप जो ये सब पढ़ा रहे हो ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है. And I said नहीं ऐसा होता है, आप एक बार लाइब्रेरी में ये बुक में देखो. तो and suddenly I realized कि जो हम पढ़ा रहे हैं scientists, they are all international published books. And actually ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता इंडिया में. And I happened to visit that village and I was shocked. There was lot and lot of problems, including snake bites, skin allergies, और हर जगह कचरा ही कचरा था. And I could see a drain going out of in the village, open drain, जिसमें बहुत सारा कचरा था. And you can see menstrual pads and plastic and सारा कचरा. और वहाँ से वो अचानक से ड्रेन दिखनी बंद हो गई. एंड आई थॉट ये ड्रेन क्यों नहीं दिख रही. तो मैंने देखा कि वो किसी ने अपने खेती में इरिगेशन के लिए यूज़ कर रहे हैं उस वाटर को. तो वहाँ एक लेडी खड़ी थी एंड आई आस्क्ड हर कि आप ऐसा कैसे कर सकते हो, ये पानी को आप यूज़ कर रहे हो गेहूँ उगाने में, मतलब आप क्या कर रहे हो. तो वेरी इनोसेंटली शी सेड कि मैम आप बिल्कुल चिंता मत करो, ये गेहूँ ना तो मैं खाऊंगी और ना हमारे गाँव वाले खाएंगे, ये तो हम शहर में बेच देंगे. And that's how I realized कि problems are not only limited to, you know, nature-based solution. We need much more holistic approach, and we made a project and then submitted to Government of India, and the title is Transforming Andhi Village in Rajasthan to a Zero Waste Model Using Green Technologies. And after 2 years of perseverance and struggle and everything, I'm happy that now we got the funding and we are in the second year and we are trying to make this a zero waste model. Thank you.
I think that's brilliant. One question, since you're into research and academia. You know, we've just come out of the pandemic. So when you have pandemics or epidemics, you know, it could be international, it could be India-based, it could even be city-based. Would there be a change in the wastewater treatment? You know, I mean, what I'm saying is, could diseases be spread if we treat it and then reuse it? Is there anything special to be done, or do we not really have to worry about it?
That's a fantastic question. Another another topic that is very close to my heart. During COVID-19, even I was very curious about this question, that being an environmental scientist, isn't it be a matter of concern that if COVID-19 particles are shed in our sewage? Because, you know, when we ingest COVID-19, virus will be there. We might have symptoms, we might not have symptoms, but for surely the virus will be into the sewage. And if that sewage is going into some sewage treatment plants and then doing for gardening purposes in a children's park or something, is it a matter of concern? And for the same, I led a research group, and we started on this project in May 2020, and we call it as wastewater-based epidemiology. So at that time, I saw that UK, US, Brazil, these countries are already implementing it for polio also and for other viruses also. But we wanted to see whether for COVID-19 in India, in such fragmented sewage system, will this work? And I'm happy to share that we were the first group to publish this finding that yes, sewage has COVID-19 virus in it. We could detect it, but on a happy note, that is not infectious. But at the same time, it gives us the signal that which is a hotspot. So now we do not need to, close the entire city, lock down the entire country or something. We can do our efficient allocation of resources. We can go by sewage monitoring. And then after, now it's been 2 years now, we are working closely with Government of India in the INSACOG consortium, giving them weekly reports about our own city. In 30 places, we are doing the sewage monitoring, checking whether the COVID-19 is, we are also able to detect the variants. So, you know, for Delta variant, which was really dangerous, in April 28th or 29th, Government of India declared that this is the Delta variant which was detected in clinical patient, and in our sewage samples, we were able to detect in March. So it gives not only the identification of hotspot, but in a much earlier. So it gives a timely, you know, informed decision making for the government. So now we are in that group. But yes, these pathogens are, of course, viruses of no harm to us because that is non-infectious in sewage. But for other pathogens, we are also doing research on antimicrobial resistance, disinfection. There are a lot of researches that I am doing with Government of India. Yes.
Thank you. So when we talk of, you know, the circular economy and of reuse, we should also be clear that whatever we are reusing is healthy and it's fit to be reused. Of course, in non-epidemic situations, I guess it's not a problem. Because then, I mean, they say now that Singapore is beginning to, I mean, or they're experimenting with using treated wastewater for drinking. So, I mean, that's another level. Yeah, that's true. That is a mindset. We'll move on to the next one, Mr. Ajay Kumar Mohanty. He is the co-founder of A4Con Services Private Limited. You provide sustainable solutions. You provide sustainable solutions in health, education, and the circular economy. And you're working a lot with communities. So, in teaching them about circular economy, in your experience when you work with communities, do you see them as role models in promoting the idea or the concept of circular economy that can influence societies at a larger level? The other one is, you can answer both together, because, you know, if this whole idea has to be promoted, it is important that we have role models, and the more that we have, then the idea percolates even more. Because after all, everything starts with only a beginning, and it's important until we reach the critical mass. And once we do reach the critical mass, I think that's where, as a nation, we begin to change and we begin to move. And so the whole focus should be on how do you reach that critical mass, and you're working with communities. So that's really a very important step in reaching there. You know, you're not talking of individuals. The other thing is, can we create private equity through the network of ASSOCHAM to invest in startups who are working on the circular economy? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Leena. It's an interesting thing. So Satyajit sir was covering this point when it is coming to community, right? So far we have trained around 400 SHGs, self-help groups, and they are becoming the role models, and out of them we have created around 12 entrepreneurs who are going towards net zero concept. So Dr. Sudipta was talking about solid waste management. We are working on that through women entrepreneurs out of these SHGs. So there are three stakeholders in this process. The institution, when we are talking about institution, this is the panchayats or the lower level people whom we are dealing with. The government as a body, policy making. And third one is the consultant. Now the concept of consultant has become like a consultant is giving the consultancy and they are getting disappeared from the world. So I urge to different state governments, boss, make consultants as the implementing agencies. So sorry for using this word, but I have used with chief secretaries also. You bring somebody to make pregnant, after that baby is delivered, you don't tell that that baby is not mine and you take care of the baby. If baby belongs to you, please nurture it. Any consultant who is coming up with the idea, cut the fees if they are not able to implement or deliver. That should be the policy we should adopt. So this is what I told many government, and government being the policy maker, they should be strict on that point. So I think I answered both of your questions. So now coming to the third one, let it be ASSOCHAM, let it be associations like these, corporates, when they are coming forward, they need to think about this corporate sustainability CSR program, and they should talk about circular economy, which is not 3R, there are 5R. I'm going to talk on that presentation, and private equity can be infused for such kind of institutions. They come forward with the startups, they are nurturing these startups. Again, for the startups also, let it be a penalty clause, deliver or you pay back. If we are not doing that, probably we are not doing a justice to the work what we have taken and what we are going to deliver. Madam, probably I answered both the questions.
Yes, thank you very much. You spoke about accountability. And while we always talk about accountability in the government department, you spoke about accountability with consultants. So I think that's a great thing to begin with. If consultants don't deliver, then you cut their fees. Well, I'm a consultant and gosh, it doesn't sound so good, but well.
No, it's not
accountability is part of life.
Madam, do you know big 4 companies, somebody was talking about big 4 companies, big 5 companies, big 6 companies, all big 6 companies are doing, minting a lot of money from government only.
Pardon? A lot of?
Minting money from government only.
Oh.
Are they really implementing? Are they really implementing? Sir, you were talking about Delhi heritage. I'm talking about 3 consultants involved in Delhi's urban infrastructure development, and government has spent, I will not tell which government, but government has spent around 1,600 crores to big 4 companies. CAG says that it's a scam. I don't want to comment further, but what I'm talking about consultants, this is circular economy. Dr. Sudipta was talking about the accountability is the first circular economy what we are talking about. When I talk about circular economy, I tell different colleges, wherever I go, I talk to people. Circular economy, even in the morning session, Dr. Glover was, she was talking about the tradition what we are coming from. Our parents, they started circular economy at home. Now, we are into the modern age, digital technology, digital age. So we are forgetting that. So whatever is coming, we are believing more in circular, linear economy than circular economy. Now it's time for us to give back. Karma. Karma is back. So if we are, somebody was giving the number, 3 trillion trees we have spent, we have lost in last 30 years. For more accurate number, it is not 3 trillion, 3.6 trillion trees we lost, and we have created equal number of carbon dioxide for this universe. So which one we want to adopt? Somebody was talking about food grade plastic. I say, sorry sir, with due apologies, food grade plastic, we can create it. But when food grade quality we are putting right under the earth, that is contaminating the entire water bodies. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Absolutely, absolutely. I agree, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, I think that's a good point he's got about, which is about accountability. I think as a people we need to get there. But I'll ask you one question. You are a consultant with communities to help them in the circular economy. So after you leave the project, you know, as consultants we don't stay on forever. So in your experience, once you have left, do the communities continue with what your teaching has been or with the methods that you have implemented, or does it really die down after the main person involved in it leaves?
So there is a saying, if you make everything into practice for 48 days, right, that will become a habit. So wherever I'm signing a consulting agreement with somebody, I become the implementing agency, and we make them handhold for 5 years minimum, and we take a revenue from them also, so that we can survive, because circular economy is applicable to us also for our appetite, or else my wife will kick me out of the house. Now coming to second phase, when you are doing the hand holding, can any one of you raise how many of you are getting 10, without shame, please feel it as a comfort zone, how many of us are getting 10 lakh rupees per month?
Are getting what?
10 lakh rupees salary per month.
Oh, 10 lakh salary.
How many of us? Believe me, sir, if you have got 10 ton of waste, Dr. Sudipta will agree with me, I can make you 9,60,000 rupees per month. 9,60,000 rupees, 10 tons per day, organic waste you give it to me, I will recycle, repurpose and give it back 9,60,000 rupees per month. Can anyone take the challenge? Circular economy. Now we have got so many architects, so many builders. For a second, all of us, can you clap 3 times only? Clap 3 times. All of you, please. Sir, we have done with 10 or 15 claps 1.53 kg of carbon deposit. It is written over here. Can every architect advise moving of lift, not using staircase, using transport system in the building, broom barrier somebody was talking about, somebody talking about STP, you calculate this carbon dioxide capturing instrument, it's an in-house app, anybody can build, I'm not the Isaac Newton to do it and give it to you. This is the responsibility circular economy. If you are doing right, a carbon credit you can do it. That's what another question I was asking. Are we looking for carbon neutralization or are we looking for decarbonization? What are we looking for actually? So this is what we are doing with rural people now, and there are bigger communities in the area of Hyderabad, Bangalore, Pune, Chennai, where we are asking 5 tons of waste, you give it to me, put a circular economic condition over there, put UNSDG goal over there, follow that one, I will give you at least 4 lakh rupees per month. They're more than happy. So start from the rural economy to the urban economy. You can stop brain drain, you can stop real rural livelihood creation, where your brain drain will go down. Third most important thing is a healthy lifestyle. सर दिल्ली में सूट बूट पहन के मुझे भी आना पसंद है, मुझे लोग देखेंगे, लोग पसंद करेंगे, वो तो पसंद है, लेकिन जो लोग गांव में बैठते हैं उनको दिल्ली शहर का मजा चखाओ, तभी जाके मजा आएगा. So that's what we are talking about circular economy.
Thank you. Thank you, Ajay. You've spoken about accountability, about each one doing their part, and you've also given us figures on how much you can earn from waste, solid waste. So I'm sure perhaps you'll get at least a couple of inquiries from the audience over here who are willing to share with you waste and earn 4 lakhs a month. I'm sure it's not so easy to give you that waste also, but still. Wow, okay. That's right. Yes, I've heard about it, but nobody's really given figures like this. And you know, if it's so profitable, I think you should make presentations to corporates. I think ASSOCHAM can start with it. Imagine. It's a pretty good earning. We'll move on to our next one, Mr. Samir Saxena. He is the founding member of Global Association for Corporate Services, and he's heading the real estate services in Marsh and McLennan companies. I think you can explain a little bit about what you do, but apart from that, you're a part of the corporate world, and the corporate world has a very large influence in the way we work, we live, and we play. You know, they really decide on what we do. They're such large arms. They almost dictate life to you, and they say they're going to be a much bigger influence than even governments can in a few years, because that's the influence they have, and that's the money power that they have. Well, we've seen a CSR, that's Corporate Social Responsibility Initiatives. Now we have the Corporate Sustainability Performance, where companies can grow profitably and at the same time provide social, environmental, and economic impact. In the real estate services, profitability is known to outshadow any concerns of the environment. And somehow that's one industry that doesn't seem to care, and perhaps the industry that should be caring the most. In your experience of dealing with corporates or anyone in the real estate, do you see any change in the sensitivity of people involved in this? Do you see any change in the responsibility towards the ecosystem? If you do, then what do you see? And if you don't, then what can we do about it? Also tell us a little bit about what you do, because your designation is varied, and I think you're a man of different experiences, of great experiences.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Indeed, I think so glad that I am here under this, with this august audience, and as Sudipti said, sustainability enthusiast. And just before I go on to the other part, waste management, one of my friends, he runs a recycling organization, and just for that, some of the data statistics that he shared was, they extract 50 grams of gold out of the waste that they generate. So you can imagine the kind of money that they make. So certainly. Second, about the carbon footprint, all of us are very fascinated about emails being so technologically savvy. Every email that is sent across, whether it says yes, no, sorry, thank you, acknowledged, it has got a carbon footprint associated with it. But I think how many of us do that? But then I think that's the way of life that we are. So thank you for this opportunity. I'm Sameer Saxena. There are two introductions for me. One is what I do for my passion, and one what I do for my bread and butter. For my passion, we established an association called GACS, Global Association for Corporate Services. The idea was, how can we give back to the community? When I say that, if senior professionals who are sitting in this room and they're outside who are practitioners, if we can come together and make sure that our experiences are shared with the next generation of professionals, I think the learning curve that they will have would be much lesser than ours. I think that's the way we could contribute back to the society, number one. Number two, a lot of the people who are working in this sector, we have a middle-age crisis. At the age of 45, 50, when a job is gone, it's very difficult to get a job back again, specifically when I talk of corporates, because there are cheaper options available. When I say cheaper, I mean people you can hire with lesser salary. But at the age of 45, if a person is sitting at home and the person has started working at the age of 20, we have a resource which has got 25 years of valuable experience. If we can make sure that we use it, I think that's another natural resource we can preserve and we can make use of it. So that's what I do for my passion, out of my bread and butter. I work for a multinational company called Marsh & McLennan, a 150-year-old legacy headquartered in New York, primarily into the insurance domain. Marsh Insurance Brokers happen to be largest in the world. So that's one part. They have another organization called Guy Carpenter. They are into reinsurance. The third one is Mercer Consulting. A lot of the salary surveys, people are knowing about Mercer's salary surveys, and there is another organization which is Oliver Wyman, primarily into management consulting. So this is a brief about what I do for my bread and butter and for my passion. And thank you. I think some of the notes that I was trying to make up while I was listening to all of us over here, I think all of us sitting over here, before I start off, we all advocate sustainability. We all advocate best places. Some time back, we created a report saying 28 cities where IT, ITS or corporate should actually focus and grow. You know what? Out of that, there are only few silicon cities which are there in the country, Bangalore being on the top. What is the reason of that happening? And I'm sure all of you would relate to it, not in open words. I'm sorry, I'm telling that I'm a little divergent of view. The organizations are only located at the place where the leadership resides. There is no other reason why a business case cannot be done that way. I think where the leadership resides, they want the offices very close to them. The business cases are prepared in that manner, etc., etc., etc. All of you know the story. Second, whenever you go and pitch for a project which is sustainably very active, great thoughts, how many of us are actually able to succeed in it? I think it is very different, because every leader who you are interacting with has preset notions, and they would want to emulate those preset notions. A lot of times in our community we talk about that if a CXO has got a wooden cupboard made in their house, they know everything about the woodwork. And if they have done the interiors of the house, they are as good as an architect. And that's a reality I'm sure all of you would be facing today, tomorrow, and in times to come. I think the task is uphill. It is not easy. We are facilitators. All people in this room, we can create mechanism of letting the leadership know or letting the corporates know what is good, how should they be doing it, etc., etc. But then ultimately the decision rests over there. The budgetary constraints, they are always quoted. And there are perceptions also around it. So to answer to another question, yes, corporates are sensitive. Definitely they are getting sensitive by the day. I think what we do is we are influenced a lot by the Western world. Whether it is Europe, whether it is US, I think we are influenced by that. And rightly said, where she was mentioning that the content that we get in India is not India specific. What we get is either US specific or maybe Europe specific, and we are trying to implement the same without understanding the ground realities. Because I think a lot of professionals, they would want to have a degree. Now that degree helps them get a job, that helps them get a salary, but then is that relevant in Indian context? I think big doubts around the fact. And that's where, as a community, as thought leaders sitting in the room, all of us need to advocate that there may be degrees which are there, but till the time they are not relevant as far as India is concerned, I think it will not make many sense, right? We will only be talking about it. So, yes, there is a lot of sensitivity. Global organizations, and I say that with utmost responsibility, global organizations, they definitely want our futures to be secure. They definitely want. They are announcing their programs openly. They are traded organizations. Yes, and a lot of the subsidiaries of those organizations, they are adopting those practices in India. Unfortunate reality, from sustainability, we have moved to ESG. And in ESG, today is the most abused word, unfortunately. How many people know about it? How many people practice about it? I think all of us know that. Yeah, we would want to go. I'm sorry, I'm being a little cynical and a little negative around it, but I think that's the fact. And all of us, again, as thought leaders in this room, we should push back whenever we see that there is duplicacy in efforts. I think that's what. Now, moving on to the other part, when we were talking about how circular economy, right? Why should circular economy or products which are there, I think, why should corporates be adopting it? I think all of us know about it. I think while I was looking at it, I jotted down 10 points, etc., but I thought people sitting in this room, all of you are aware of why should we. But I think I'll give you another perspective. And that perspective is, why is it that corporates are not able to adopt? And I think that's where it may help you from a solutioning standpoint. When you are reaching the leadership or the right people, you could actually say, you know what, we understand this, and you pitch yourself accordingly. I think one of the biggest thing, which is a human behavior, is the resistance to change. I think it's a ripple effect. You are just trying to disturb a pond which was lying very, very silent till now. I think one, resistant to change. Second, initial investment. I think the initial investment is high. Third, lack of expertise. I think it may be that we have got tremendous amount of expertise, but then is it perceived in that manner? I think that's very important. SCM, so all the global organizations, you are aware that they are tightly ruled because of foreign exchange regulations and things like that. They have their own mechanism. They work in such a tight environment that any of the transaction which is taken up is actually scrutinized. So there is complexity in case even if they have to do it. There are FEMA regulations and things like that. Also, whenever such a transaction happens, can we bring in transparency in that transaction? That will help us ease the process. Regulatory barriers. I think a lot of us, we face that. Incredibly, SEZ, STPIs, EOU, etc., and glad she was picking up on the waste management. Imagine, as an organization, I am located in SEZ, I cannot give the waste to anyone who I am supposed to, who's an expert in this field. There are regulations which are controlling it. Unfortunate reality, but then that's what it is. We are taking it up, but I think time, and time it will be. Employee behavior. All of the employees in today's context, they are looking at, oh, satisfying the ego. I work for Google, I work for Facebook, I have got this office, I have got that office, right? In such a situation, how do you tell that to them and connect? the Gen X, the millennials, I think all of them have a different thought process. The way technology is changing, the way behavior is changing, I think we have to be cognizant of that. Limited demands, not very people, not very lot of organizations, they are forthcoming and saying, okay, fine, come, let's experiment. I think that's another thing. Measurement reporting, that could be an incredible tool, and I think experts over here should actually help us do that. Long-term business models, somewhere or the other, that needs to be propagated. And last, I would say infra and technology gaps. I think when you do that, there are certain things which we need to address. Now, just a couple of more things from a real estate developer standpoint. So this is more from a corporate occupier. Why is it that they are resistant? From a developer standpoint, it's very important. I think developers, they got great money, they can create grade A buildings. As we speak today, India is going to have almost 100 million square feet of grade A development coming across all the cities around the country. You know, it is almost 30 times what Singapore would have, or maybe 25 times what Australia is going to have. So I think we need to change now. Now the problem with the developers, lack of awareness. I think only up to a little extent. They are always on the fact that, oh, initial cost would be high. It may be true, again, it's a perception we need to deal with. Timeline. They are always under the pressure of timeline because there are investors and GICs and funding agencies which are there. They would say, oh, you are picking up this project, no? This much time, you have to do it, the rentalization, etc., all those things. I think those are the pressures. Limited resources, resistance to change. There is a perception around complexity. And I think that as leaders, you will have to help us address. And there is always a very short-term focus for them. For them, as rightly said, 2070, majority of us will not be here. Majority of us, including me perhaps. So I think the focus is very, very small. We need to make sure that we dwell it in a different manner. And I think I'll take a pause over here. Otherwise, the list would go on and on. So thank you. I'll give it back to you, please.
Thank you, Samir. Well, the good news is that corporates are becoming a little more sensitive, and I think there's hope, even in the real estate development. We'll conclude with our last panelist, and he is the executive director of Signature Global. And the USP is in affordable housing. I think that's what the country needs, and there are very few players in affordable housing. I think perhaps the profit margins are lesser, but if you build in quantity, I'm sure it would make up. But still, we have very few players in this, and he works with one of them, Signature Global, whose USP is affordable housing. So what I would like to ask you is, you know, when you're talking about affordable housing, then money and economy is very tight and it's very critical. So I would presume for you to sell at affordable prices, the way you use material and to its maximum, you cannot afford waste because waste would only increase the cost. And affordable housing is always tight in its design system, in its no waste system. So tell us something about how you use the circular economy to your benefit and how you design for no waste, because that's how you're selling your end product. I think it's very interesting and something that most and more builders and architects should be aware of.
Thank you very much, ma'am, giving a chance to discuss on this platform what Signature is doing in the affordable housing. Let's say started from that God created this word, the ecosystem. The most lucrative word we're using here is the circular economy system. And what human did, we have tried to destroy this system, basically. And now, again, we are facing the challenges, the global warming, the natural disaster, etc. And the complete world and the paradigm shifted towards this sustainable development, carbon neutral development, and circular economic system. So basically, we have to follow a natural system in our living, and that's the last 2-3 decades had teach us, and the people are, we are moving towards this circular economy system. As far as my professional profession, I'm a real estate developer, and we are one of the leading developer of right now in this Delhi NCR, Signature Global, who has, I think, one of the biggest portfolio of the construction these days. In Gurgaon, we are covering almost 46% of the total construction in the affordable housing case. If you come in the NCR, it's a 19% of the total construction as per the ACOR reports. So we are in the construction sector. I know that 40%, the results show the 40% of the carbon generated from the housing or construction sector. So we are very sensitive. Although we are a developer, we are sensitive. First, we choose as a USP, our USP as affordable housing. No one builder think about the choosing affordable housing system because everybody want to make a big money from the real estate, from the construction of it. But yes, we also want to make a big money. But the sector we choose is affordable housing, which is the need of the 90% of the pupils. And no one cater of that, and that needs only the 5% of the houses, which is the need of the middle income, higher income. The 90% of the builders are in that category. So first things that we have chosen a right platform. Once we come in this sector, once we started our projects, in the first projects, the application from the first day is 3 to 4 stamps. So it helps us to our business to take 9 lath over generally and multi-4 levels. So I will start the affordable housing. How you make it's a profitable segment. It's a very big challenge because in Haryana, the affordable housing, the government fix up unit sizes also and as per the prices also. The prices fixed by the government is 2013 and it will was the same till 2013. They have changed the 25% in the cost because the people lost interest in that sector and they increased the 4,000 per square feet to 5,000 per square. What we did in a 4,000 square feet in the carpet area of the 500 to 600 square feet of area, the total unit cost is 20 lakhs to 25 lakhs rupees. Giving a housing, best housing, what the normal housing people are giving with the best amenities, it was a challenge for us and we did very well and we changed the philosophy the people think about the affordable housing. When the people visit our housing, they want and believe that this is affordable housing. The best construction quality, best amenities, what is required by the general publics are there. And we have achieved that with proper designing. First we started with the proper designing. Once we started the proper designing, use of the waste material, proper lighting, ventilation system is to be adopted so that in a complete life cycle of the system, it will be a minimum use of the water, minimum use of the energy, and minimum wastage of minimum use of the energy. The first part, the designing part, we focus on that. Another first, how we make this business profitable and lucrative. We are doing a construction on the mass. And by the mass construction, mass purchase, by use of the latest construction technology, we make this business profitable and profitable. Now I come to be towards the circular economy and sustainability. All our projects are the green projects. All our projects, we use recycled materials and recycle of the materials. We in addition to the green building requirements, 2 other things I have implemented at my site is no wastage concept. There should be no wastage at the site. Whatever be the concrete wastage generated at the site, whatever be water by generating even the hutment areas, whatever be, we have to use it. Whatever be the wastage of tile, we use in the same project, or either another way. Whatever the stone wastage, no stone will go out of the site, is to go in the dump sites. And even the concrete wastage, mortar wastage, we use in making the byproducts or making the sub-base and the lean concrete, etc. So basic principle, no materials should go from the side. Another thing, even the wastewater generated in the hut means we collected the water, recycled water, used for the sprinkling of the water system. Another major aspect which no builders take care of, we have started, all our sites should be air, we have implemented air purifier, we have implemented air monitoring system at all our sites. All my sites has air monitoring systems we have adopted so that there should be no air pollution generated at my site. Whatever be the air pollution by the air pollution at my site is either similar or less than that. That is the best principle. I can say Samir ki builders have a lot of pressure in terms of the development. Yes, we have a pressure in development, but we will take care of this, our sustainable development, green development, no pollution development, and that is the strategy. I think most of the architects, engineers, builders sitting here there, I think they should adopt us. We have created our sales gallery where all these technologies, what we do in terms of the recycling, in terms of the air purification system, and the best green technology has been displayed in my office. Any one of you want to visit, you can come, how the Signature Global is going up their work in real estate development. And we are trying to do our best to maintain this ecosystem, green system, all this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Varshni. I think when you're talking of affordable housing, it certainly goes to say that you must control wastage, you must use less water, you must use less energy, because everything costs money, and if it all costs money, the cost goes up. So your sites would be a wonderful place for anyone to learn, including me, to see how you don't waste and you can sell at affordable prices. 20 lakhs for a home, I think that's what we need. And that's a brilliant housing that you're providing for us as a people, for us as a country. So to conclude, I would say...
20 lakhs housing having two bedrooms, 2 toilets, kitchen, 1 income dining, 2 balconies. The complete system is there. There's a 500 square feet, the carpet area. The unit sale in Gurgaon in Affordable is a carpet area basis.
So 500 square feet for?
500 to 600 square feet area.
For how much?
The rates of the government by 4,000. Balcony you can charge 500 rupees square feet. Maximum 550,000 you can charge for balconies. Balcony is not counted in the carpet area. And that's how the unit cost comes to be in between 20 to 25 lakh rupees.
20 to 25 lakhs. I think that's...
in Gurgaon, which is the, I think, costliest market all over the NCR today in Gurgaon.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll conclude the session. But before I conclude, we've heard from everyone on the dais over here, all the panelists. And one thing with our country and our people, I would say, there's so many of us doing great work, but nobody really knows about the other one. And if only we could just communicate better, I think collectively a lot can be done. So perhaps that's one purpose of these conferences also. But apart from that, yes, I think we're a great people, great nation, and that's what this has shown. We have great panelists and we're doing great work. Soon enough, quickly enough, I think we'll be a nation worth contenting with, a nation that we can all be proud of. And I really look forward to that day. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for such a wonderful session. May I now request architect Gaurav Varmani, Chairman, GEM Green Warehouse Certification and founder, Studio Line Design, to kindly join us here on the dais to present a token of gratitude to our speakers and moderator. To Mr. Architect Sudhir Balakrishnan. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Shri Satyajit Rajan. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Architect Bindi. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here. To Dr. Sudipti Arora. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here. To Shri Ajay Kumar Mohanty. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. To Shri Sameer Saxena. Thank you so much, sir. To Shri Sanjay Reddy. And to our moderator, Sanjay Vashni. And to our moderator, Architect Leena Kumar. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here. I would now request for a group picture. An integral part of our 6th International Sustainability Conclave and Expo is recognizing and celebrating outstanding contributions to sustainable practices in the realm of construction and design. Without further ado, may I now invite Mr. Pinaki Das Gupta for award ceremony.
Thank you, Reet, and thank you, people. It's really an exciting time that we are going to have right now in honoring our projects. You know, GEM green building projects, they are very unique in their characteristics because the program we run in terms of the green building certification for both new buildings and existing buildings, there are 30 principles on which the projects are evaluated, and these projects are national level projects, and we have representations from the projects companies here. So we are going to announce the awards, and now I will hand over the mic to our HOD and Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Neeraj Arora.
Thank you so much. So for presenting the awards, I would like to request Leena ji, Gaurav Varmani ji to present the awards, sir. Miss Bindi, Architect Bindi, please come on the stage for presenting the awards to our GEM certified projects. So friends, we gave around 20 plus awards yesterday, and today we have another 20 plus awards. So these are GEM certified green projects under various categories: new homes, commercial buildings, hotel, hospital, healthcare, railway stations and all. So first we would like to invite the Bombay Coating project, which is a GEM certified project. And from the team, we would like to invite Mr. Rajiv Kalra, Plant Head, and Mr. Santosh Kumar Gupta, Quality Head, and MEG Consultants, if they are there, if they are here. Bombay Coating? Yes, okay. So Mr. Rajiv Kalra, Plant Head, Mr. Santosh Kumar Gupta, Quality Head, and MEG Consultant. Next, I would like to invite proposed PM-PML depot and commercial office building for PCMC under ARP, District Pune. And I would like to invite Mr. Ketki Devdhar, Projekta Khemkar, Kiran Khemkar and Team Eco Solutions. Please join us on the stage. Next is Newton Homes, Tathawade, and I would like to invite Shri Yash Kankaria, who is the developer of the project, and would like to invite Shashwat from Enviro. Next, I would like to invite Radico Khetan Limited, Sitapur, and would like to invite Shri KP Singh Ji, Director Operations, Shri Dilip Bhatia, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Saket Somani, Senior VP Finance and Strategy, and MEC Consultant, Shri KP Singh Ji from Radico Khetan Limited. Sir. Next, Triya Vasantam City Center, and would like to invite Shubham Bansal, Shri Shubham Bansal, and Team Eco Solutions. Triya Vasantam City Center. And Team Eco Solutions. Next is Sneh Sankul Phase 1, and would like to invite Shri Srinivas Madhukar and Mr. Gaurav Lele. Sneh Sankul Phase 1. Next is Kothari Cars Private Limited. Kothari Cars Private Limited, and would like to invite Shri Ashish Kothari Ji and Team Eco Solutions. Kothari Cars Private Limited. Next is development of multi-story factory complex at Foundry Nagar at Agra, and would like to invite Shri Ajit Fauzdar Ji, Mr. Kushagra Juneja, Mr. Mohit Tripathi and team Design to Occupancy. Development of multi-story factory complex at Foundry Nagar, Agra. Next is Kothari Auto Finance. The project name is Kothari Auto Finance, and would like to invite again Shri Ashish Kothari Ji and Team Eco Solutions. Next is District Public Library at Kargil. District Public Library at Kargil, and would like to invite Shri Hussain Ali Saab and Kushagra Juneja, Mohit Tripathi from Design to Occupancy Services. Yes, this is District Public Library, Kargil. This is the first GEM certified green project, government green project in Kargil. Next is Unique Legacy Imperia. Unique Legacy Imperia, and would like to invite Shri Naveen Agrawal Ji and Team Eco Solutions. Next is Upper Court Fort, Junagadh. So this is a historical building undergone the renovation and for green certification, GEM Green certification. Upper Court Fort, Junagadh, Gujarat. And would like to invite Shri Ram Kumar Swani ji, Savni ji. Namaskar sir. Welcome. Next, I would like to call upon the name proposed residential and commercial project, Village Karadi, Pune, and would like to invite Shri Ketki Devdar, Prajakta Khemkar, Kiran Khemkar, and Team Eco Solutions. Next is 86 LJM Estate LLP, and would like to invite Shri Pradeep Jain and Team Eco Solutions. Next is LJR Constructions. Project name is LJR Constructions, and would like to invite Shri Pradeep Jain sahab, Team Eco Solutions. Next we have two awards under different category. These are institutions. So first is Preferred Institute for Placement in South India, and would like to invite Ms. Shantishri, Director, National Academy of Construction, Hyderabad, and Mr. Raj Reddy, Director, National Academy of Construction, Hyderabad. Welcome, sir. Preferred Institute for Placement in South India. Next award is for skill development, which goes to Preferred Skill Development Institute for dropout students. And the award goes to Shri Girish Chandra. Would like to invite Shri Girish Chandra, General Manager, Data Pro Computers Private Limited, Delhi. Preferred Skill Development Institute for dropout student. Sir. So that's it. Now I would request our university participants, from various university, to come on the stage for the photograph, group photograph. So friends, we had parallel sessions for universities, and would like to invite the students and coordinators from these universities, those who are with us since last 2 days and spent their time. I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to universities, Sharda University, KITE Group of Institution, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Delhi NCR Campus, Noida Institute of Engineering and Technology, School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and Manav Rachana Institute of Research Studies. So I would like to invite all the students and coordinators, those who are with us since last 2 days. Wonderful. So come along with your certificate, participation certificate. आप कुछ लोग नीचे भी आ सकते हैं. Yes. JC Bose University of Science and Technology, YMCA. So thank you so much for joining us. हमारे साथ रहने के लिए, 2 दिन ट्रेनिंग अटेंड करने के लिए, पार्टिसिपेशन के लिए. Wonderful.
हाँ वोट ऑफ थैंक्स दे देता हूँ, दे दो, ठीक है। Okay, so we have come to the end of the conclave and exposition. A big round of applause to all the winners, awardees, students, faculties, delegates, and the partners. I would like to thank our partners, principal partner Rack Ceramics, dinner partner Simpolo, platinum partner Prince Pipes, gold partner Cero, silver partner Syntex Wellspun, water partner Sloan, KPT Pipes, Sant Valves, bronze partner Gale India, Asahi India Glass, Cosign, Daiki Access, and Ambience, HVAC partner Mexflow, kit and lanyard partner Hormone, and logo partners Stone Line, Nurain, DRI, Big Air, SHK, Iron Exchange, Juliet, Luby, and others, and also the table partners who have enabled us to carry this conclave and expo over 2 days with an attendance of more than 300, 400 plus delegates and more than 1,000 visitors in the exposition area. And also I would love to thank my team from ASSOCHAM under our able leadership of Chairman Shri Pankaj Dharkar ji and our Assistant Secretary General Shri Neeraj Arora, and also my colleagues. Thank you so much.
Group photo awardees.
I will also call on the awardees for a group photo on the stage. I will request all the awardees of GEM certificate, GEM certified projects to come over the stage for a group photographs. Also, I would request ASSOCHAM GEM team to come for a group photograph over on the stage. ASSOCHAM GEM team, Deepak Chhabra ji, Harish Pushpakar ji, Shivaratra ji, Tarun ji, Deepak Katara ji, Deepak Joshi ji, Om Prakash ji, please come, Amit Sharma ji, Pinaki Dasgupta ji is speaking already. कोई बात नहीं और all our team members, GEM team members, please come over the stage for a group photograph. Amit Sharma ji, where are you? Please come on the stage. Okay. सौरभ जी, तरुण जी, कौन जी? अरे वो अच्छा अवार्ड का अच्छा अवार्ड I think people from Ladakh are still to be on the stage. Please come, ma'am. Kargil, अच्छा. देखा? देखा? अच्छा, Kushagar has also joined from Ladakh.
आइए आइए हॉल में आइए 2 मिनट रख लीजिए अपने पास, आ जाते हैं, 2 मिनट रख लीजिए।
Thank you everyone, and many congratulations. And we hope this GEM certification will help you in saving energy and resources. Thank you so much. I request now our GEM team to be on the stage. Also, I wanted to extend our heartiest gratitude to our Master of Ceremonies. She has been conducting wonderfully over 2 days. Geet, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
We'll join for a group photo now.
जोशी जी, शिवम,
अभी भी? अरे इसको बंद करो यार।